But yeah, dude, I think this whole year has just been a journey. If I honestly, I see all my news really comes from Dan Warren, who's I don't know if he's backstage yet. I really kind of pay attention. He's really good at giving the facts and stuff. But as far as like news, I really don't pay attention
about that shit. That pisses
Yeah.
me off. Okay, here we go.
Ready.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our very special segment this Thursday night here on the Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the International Public Radio, United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee and Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker, the sonic surgeon. And tonight is a really special night for us. So you want to make sure you get into all of our chat rooms. We have 8. Yes, 8. We are on Facebook, the Outer Realm Facebook page, Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover, UFO Paranormal Radio, News on the Flip Side, Canada's Most Haunted, both Canada's Most Haunted, I believe you have access to, but for sure the large page. We are on Twitch, UFO Paranormal. We are on International Public Radio, YouTube, UFO Paranormal Radio, YouTube, and you can get in there so we can all interact with you. So thank you, Bradley. Thank you, everybody. Jessica, Janie, Pauline.
Thanks, Mama.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica.
Well wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie.
It has been an adventure. This has been a lot of fun. When Amelia said it's the 200th, I was like, what? Already?
Yeah.
It's just breezed by.
Patricia,
hi, Patricia.
Yeah.
It's just breezed by. You know,
the first 100 felt like that too, though.
It's true. It did. It really did. And yeah. I do want to give some credit also to Jack Ken. I don't want to forget about Jack.
No.
Thank you, Zach, man. The Outer Realm was a conception done end of 2018, and it started off as a Q&A. It really wasn't technically the Outer Realm. And it just became
because
crazy.
Someone brought it to their attention that they wouldn't
like, what are you doing?
They wouldn't own their content. And at the time I was producing, so
yeah,
I was Michelle, you own your business. You don't own this contact. She was like, what do you mean?
Because I'm copyrighted.
Yeah.
So I knew there could be some sort of technicalities, but I knew Jack was not. So we definitely took all of what Amelia said into consideration and decided to, be okay. Let's just take this to a different level, and went with Amelia over to Blog Talk, and it was really good. So the Q&A took a different turn, and of course, Jack left, and we do want to give him a lot of credit because he was there from
Jack.
Yes, he was there from the inception, and he just said, you know what, I think I'm a better guest than I am a host. And you know what, he was a guest. we did bring him on a guest, and we'll bring him on again because he's just so much fun, And from that point on, then we went to a studio.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you. Hi, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. We went into a studio, radio station studio, and of course, when the lockdown happened initially in 2019, the studio had to shut down. And we thought, okay, and this, bear in mind, we syndicated to United Public Radio before that happened.
Yeah.
And big congratulations also to our network for 3 million downloads on Podbean.
That's awesome.
That's just Podbean. Guys, we're on over 200 different podcast sites.
Yeah.
That, not counting the YouTube, like that's just all of our podcast sites for the network. Like you can find all of these archives and more going back decades on so many other platforms. So big congratulations to Joe Montaldo and United Public Radio for that.
Yeah.
It's a big achievement. So it's like a double whammy on one night. It's like, how much better can it get?
It's exciting.
Yeah. So here we are, we're for the last while, we've been with, a year and a half, we've been with United Public, not syndicated, but full on through the network. And that in itself has been one heck of a journey, And along the way, oh my gosh, the people we have met.
Thank you.
Knowledge. Thank you, guys. The knowledge that we have learned and we've received from all these multitudes of people who have been guests on our show. We've made friends, we've learned new things, and it's just been one hell of a journey. I'll light up a special cigar. All right. Yeah. I like it. So, yeah. And we thought the best way, to share this segment would be with you guys.
Yeah, we couldn't be here without you.
No.
So you're part of this.
Our guests.
So happy anniversary.
Yes. Happy anniversary,
Episode-versary.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
It's all about you guys. It's all about what you want to listen to. It's all about what you want to see.
And we do listen.
Yeah.
You'll find that for coming into, you'll already see some familiar faces that have been coming on the show with us. And you're going to see a lot of new faces coming on as well. And it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have so much fun. We have
to keep up with the changing times in the field as well. We don't want to get stuck in what, that formula of anything. It's what we stand for, is moving forward and making sure that you get the best of the best information. And we're learning as we're bringing guests on as well. It's not always necessarily something we know about or agree with at times.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that because someone comes on that is necessarily our opinion. We respect everybody's opinions, perception, ideologies. It's what keeps the shows interesting. We are here to bring you different perspectives. We're here to bring you different topic matter. You guys email and you say, well, I'd like to see a show on this or a show on this. And we really do hunt down people. I always say something. We hunt down people to lasso them, bring them in.
Yeah, look for the best in their fields, always.
Exactly. And a lot of people contact us because you notice at the end of every show that we will say, hey, if you know of someone you'd like to see, or if you'd like to be on the show yourself, we make sure it's a good fit. It's just, it has to be a really good fit because we know what you as our listeners all like.
Yes.
It's that simple. And it sets us apart from many others.
Yeah. And if you disagree with something, you can email us as well. We listen.
We do.
That's what matters. We hear you. Yeah. I think maybe we should give them a little bit of the process. Just give them a little peek into the process of how guests are booked. And
because we've had a few people over the course of the last few months sort of throw things at us. We're like, what? It's like, what did you just say?
Well, so don't even talk about the last week one.
I will let Amelia walk everybody through the process.
Oh, through the process.
I will shut up and let Amelia
go. You will never be able to reach Michelle by messenger. You will always have to email to get her. Now, I delete messages and I go through the messages. So a lot of times people will message me on Facebook, which I can guarantee you doesn't come up for days. So I hope you're not in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, always email theouterrealmcontact@gmail.com. And if you can't remember that, don't worry. Just go on our Facebook page. It's right there. Okay. So don't message us on the Facebook page, not on our own personal pages. And please do not DM us on Messenger. We don't even look at DM on Messenger. It is inundated with messages. And it's just, we will never be able to help the people that we need to help. We have our families as well, and get all of our work done if we were looking through all of those messages, because you can imagine how many spam messages go through everybody's mailbox. And so what happens is if somebody reaches out to, I'll use myself as an example. I always give them the email address, and then Michelle takes that and she takes a look at the guest, and then I'll let her finish that part, because sometimes I will get a message that says, well, I'd like to come on this week. Those of you that follow the show, and this is how I know they don't follow the show, right? This is how I know they've been looking at our numbers on the streamers, you know, our archives are in the millions. So this is how I know they're not following the show per week and they're not really aware of what's going on. Because if you're aware, you would know that we're booked months in advance. In fact, last year in February, we were already booked to January. We're trying a different process this year. And there is a process. We don't want you to have, there's 2 shows a week. We do not want you to have the same topic matter on both nights. We want them to meld, but we don't want them to be the same. If we wanted that, we would have a panel show.
Pretty
so
much.
The email goes to Michelle, and then Michelle.
Yes, I do try to look at what we have coming up. For example, in 1 month, I wouldn't want everything to be extraterrestrials and UFOs, and you only have a couple of paranormals in there. Bless you.
Thank you.
You know, you'll notice that we do a lot of ancient, you know, historical stuff, archaeology stuff. Like we have a mix of literally everything, near-death experiences, you know, reincarnation. So we definitely try to make sure that it's somewhat spaced out. Every now and then we might have a week, I'll say it's paranormal week, and we'll have 2 paranormal shows. It just really depends, because we also have a waiting list. We have agents who contact us to have their people come on, and the waiting list is long. It really is, because this year, like right now, we're booking into middle to end of April. We're trying not to go more than a quarter ahead, because
it's not easy either.
It really isn't. No. So at that point, we're just really trying not to go too far ahead. Not that there's not dates booking going into the following few months, because we do have return guests who have a lot to talk about that we can't all just cover all at once. So, hey, so we have to basically move it all in, you know, and move it along.
Sorry, Michelle. But when Mom's on, I have to blow her kisses.
So,
yeah,
you know.
And when
thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Philip. Philip Sirtu's
Horsefly Chronicles
Monday night right here.
8 p.m.
Monday nights at 8 p.m. Philip and Julia.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have a great family here.
We do.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's true. We're a great network. We have a lot of really great people. There's a lot of really great shows, and that's something else too. If, you know, especially when agents are booking, they don't always think, okay, you know, we're on the same network. So if we see a guest, because we do book months in advance, but if it's too close to when we're booked and they're on another show on the network, we have to bump you.
Yeah.
Because we're just not going to do back-to-back guests. It's not fair to the other show. No. Any more than it's fair to our show and our listeners.
Nor the guest.
Or the guest,
they will lose out on the audience if they're carrying the week. It's not, absolutely. And some guests think, oh, it's better if I'm booked back to back on your network. And I'm like, no, it's not, because if they've seen you on another show, they're not going to come to see you on the other. Like they're not. They might not be listening to you again. So you kind of miss out. There's a science to it. There's a science to it. Yeah,
and there actually is a science to it.
There's a science to it, and you know, and when I get a little, sometimes people can be pushy and try to get on sooner. I can as well. Yeah. You know, it's a crazy process that Michelle has somehow magically put together without glitches, and we follow it. And Michelle also has an agent that calls in and books. Yeah. So you have 2 agents that book shows. It's, you have to have one person who's on it, or it becomes a mess and confusing.
Very convoluted.
It is.
It's not that we're trying to be difficult. It's just trying to follow a formula that's been working for us for 200 plus episodes.
Thank you.
You know,
and that's the thing, you know, sometimes I'll have friends in the field and they're like, well, you're a host. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not booking. I don't know what's ahead. I don't know what's booked right now. I have bookings, but I have names. I don't necessarily have topics. I can't just put you in there. No. Michelle might be waiting to hear from someone else. But we
Yeah.
tried to do that where we were both booking.
It's
Michelle
too
knows a
hard.
lot more people in this field, and it's just easier to have her book the guests and to have one person on it, because at one point we were double booking and when we'd have to move things around, and it's annoying for the guests.
It was a big mess. You know,
Yeah.
we do talk about, you know, about people who will approach, you know, someone will message Amelia. She'll say, well, there's this person. We talk about it because, again, it has to be a right fit. We're not, you know, we're a little bit outside the norm that way. And it's, you know, for myself, it's because I've been in the field for a really long time, but that's just my field. There's a lot of other people at the top of their fields who come on. But enough of all the red tape. We're thrilled to be here. We're thrilled that you guys have been a really big part of our journey, and we just appreciate and love you all. And when you come into chat, it just makes it that much more fun. When we have guests, it's kind of hard because it's about the guests, so we can't always get into chat. But on nights like this, where it's just the two of us and we're all just kind of all hanging out, it's wonderful because we can talk about pretty much anything you want to. So I'm going to start with a topic matter because I was listening to another interview today. Yes, I do that.
Oh, we do.
As I research guests and things like that, right? It's like, we really do research people. You know, we're very careful when people come on. But so for all of the paranormal researchers out there and maybe the logical people, your thoughts on moving objects. So in this case, I'm going to use, like, we know dolls can move. Sometimes dolls whose necks don't move. Been caught on film and you see the doll's head just moving. I know. It's just like a little unnatural person. But let's say we had something like a statue. Okay, copper statue, for example.
Copper?
And sometimes there's claims that statues can move. I can't personally see how a copper statue can move, but in the field of the paranormal, I suppose anything is possible. My personal thought is, are they just giving you the illusion of what they want you to see? So if, for example, something moves, okay, and I'm going to show you where it gets technical here. If something moves and you see something move, is it because the spirit there wants you to perceive that maybe part of them or the statue or whatever is moving? Now, let's take it a step further. What happens if someone captures a photograph with that movement and the whatever it is that's moved is different in the photograph?
Are we talking a hand or are we talking a face, an eye? Because at devil's advocate on the other side, I'd be looking at I would want scientifically make sure that this copper is not movable or soft and that it is indeed copper.
It's a big statue. The one I'm making reference to is a statue that's holding a rifle, and the hands on the rifle are said to move. So from up here to, let's say, down here, because it's holding a rifle, which is, you know, this way. So it's holding, the hands are on the top. So what, I don't know. So to the paranormal investigators who are in chat, or the logical scientific people, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Don't everybody just chime in all at once.
I'm going to just say mine since, you know, I'm on here.
Okay.
I would have to, I would have to investigate it in all ways, scientifically and paranormally, whether, you know, you're putting a camera on it or whatever. But I believe that some measurements need to be taken, because if those hands are moving, we need to know how long, how far. And then you need the history of the actual statue and who it's of, and if there's any attachments to. I mean, there's a lot
you know
of
that the
things.
statue's haunted. Like, I'm talking about an allegedly haunted statue.
Okay,
right now.
yeah.
And
I would still want the density
things.
of the copper. Yeah. I'm just terrible that way, because I think I think if you get that and it's still moving, it just validates the paranormal field. It really does, you know.
But how does a solid copper statue, or bronze statue, how does that just move?
It's still energy.
But how does it physically move? It's this big, crazy, monolith. It's like,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
there we
so
go. Bradley.
okay, so here we go. So Bradley says, all right, so let's take this one. Copper is a conductor of energy, correct, and it can also ground. And if the claims are that spirits are made of energy, I suppose it could be possible. Okay, I'm thinking maybe bronze, so not copper. When I think back, I think it's a bronze statue. So that
if it was
being the
copper, it would
case,
be blue and green right now if it's outside.
it is, but I think bronze does that too.
Does it?
I think it oxidizes. So I'm just trying to get, I'm just
Michelle,
perception or for real.
We have a for real example. The ring you gave me is bronze, but yet it fits on all of my fingers. Figure that one out, right? And I showed her. I put it on all of my fingers, and I showed her a photograph.
And it's not a big ring. It's just,
and I'm wearing it on all fingers. It's not tight. It's not falling off. It just seems to conform to my fingers, and it's an antique. Maybe telekinesis. Yeah, but who's doing it?
Yeah, it's. See, that's just it, because there's a lot of claims that go along with not just that one, but many items, and I can see things even in a photograph, because sometimes things are blurry and it looks like it could be moving. And I always attribute it to, well, maybe it's the spirit's energy that's actually moving up and down on, for example, this case, the rifle. I've spent a lot of time around this statue. I completely believe, I've seen it do amazing things with respect to EVPs, with respect to just different little anomalies. Is it solid or hollow? I would say it has to be hollow to a degree. I mean, this thing would weigh a darn ton, and imagine it would have cost a whole boatload more. So I better put this up.
Usually when they carve statues like that, they carve them into wax or gesso molds, and then they pour the liquid and they pull it out, and there's some, solidness to the base, but not necessarily the body of the item. I only know that because my family is our artists. Yeah.
Right.
That's the only reason why I know. Yeah.
Okay. Here's a thought. Oh, Amelia, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Michelle, you have a picture of yourself where a spirit has superimposed their face over yours. Could the spirit do the same over top of the statue? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Sometimes in images, you'll catch it seems blurry, but it looks like you've got hands or something moving. Oh, good old bots is not disappointing us tonight, are you guys?
At least they're not trying to, solicit me.
Smut solicitation.
Not yet.
You guys missed some fun last night, let me tell you what. So, but yes, I do believe that spirits can superimpose their energy over top of physical objects. And Wayne and I were actually talking about that tonight, the whole doll thing, because there was a clip that we watched one night, and I go, well, the doll's head must have just naturally moved. So of course it would be able to move, but the spirit could move it. And he goes, no, that specific doll did not have a head that moved. I'm just like, all dolls' heads moved, even if it's stuffed inside somewhere, but it's just like,
not if they're part of one form.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, the porcelain dolls are sewn, but then you have the first plastic dolls that came out that the heads were not necessarily separate. They were sometimes, again, like a statue poured together. I remember all these things come from a mold. And then I wonder, so there is no demonic attachment to the statue whatsoever?
No, it's said to have a spirit energy. Well, I know
just
it does.
A spirit energy.
Because it's had, it's come through the EVPs, and a lot of people have had amazing experiences. Mediums have communicated with them several times, and it's quite a lovely spirit, not grounded. It just chooses to be there. But I think that as you move forward, I just thought it would be a good question to pose, because I know we've got some paranormal researchers in chat, and I figured, let's try to get some different perspectives on this, because it is a lot. It can be pretty controversial, because there's some people who will swear up and down, no, this is a thing. And then you have others, you try to be logical and you think, no, you can't just move something like that.
Yeah, I think we might need to get on a plane and go see this thing. You know, and then you also have the question of is this spirit manipulating what you're seeing?
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
do they have the ability to, you will see what or perceive
Yeah.
what they want you to see,
Wow.
right? So are you seeing something, is it a mind thing, a mindset thing? Like it's not really happening, but it's what's being shown to you. But see, then it changes when people catch a photograph of something and it's actually in the photograph as with the change. And it doesn't
That's a
look
beautiful
like
photograph. My God. You get that? That's a great piece.
Yeah, there's been a lot. It's an interesting topic. So if anybody has any ideas on it, then feel free to share it up. And if you guys want to tackle or discuss anything specifically, throw it up in chat. Let's all have a discussion. What do you guys
There's
want
a
to
lot of
talk about?
investigators there.
I know, like, what do you want to bounce around with, like a couple million people listening in?
Bradley's got a thought.
Okay, we're going to put you up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, my only other thought would be if spirit can affect your thoughts while you are sleeping, I suppose it would be possible for spirit every
thought, a strong
thought, a very strong energy could manipulate your thoughts and possibly see something that's not actually happening. Yeah. I think it could be happening though.
I think they can do it even while you're awake, to be honest.
Energy, why wouldn't they be able to manipulate and move things? That copper, bronze, any metal is an energy.
I'm talking a statue here that's the size, that's bigger than an average person.
But it's still energy.
Sitting on a big
and we know that spirits can move things across a house. Big, giant, heavy things. If they're
not usually spirits. Spirits have difficulty with really heavy objects.
Well, negative spirits can do things like that. They've thrown people.
Again, usually more entity-based or ET-based. Human spirits have difficulty. It's harder for them to manifest that energy. Not that they haven't. I imagine if you've been gone for a really long time and you are aware of what energy can do, and yes, poltergeist activity. Energy, again, that's like that self-induced, projected energy, psychokinesis. People are strong.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that happened to the lady from the film The Entity.
But that was an incubus. That wasn't a human spirit.
Was it all? Because I'm hearing incubus and I'm hearing her father and spirits of past. That's where I have to restudy that because I believed the same thing and I didn't understand why it was changed after.
Well, put it this way. I mean, if there's human spirits around and you have a malevolent entity that's sharing space with it, they sort of get held back. Like they don't just let them move because they'll feed off that energy. I mean, I've dealt a few cases like that over the years. It's quite sad, really, for the spirits. However, we've also encountered spirits who were not nice spirits, who basically have, entities in their space, and they, the entity will push that spirit into doing whatever it wants. So now all of a sudden the spirit, who wasn't very nice in the first place, is acting out and is being given more energy from the entity to carry out those tasks.
Yeah.
There's a whole other...
pull energy from anything.
Oh, absolutely.
Bradley's asking, does it have a religious element?
Military, Bradley. So yeah, not religious at all.
His hands are moving up and down a rifle?
The top of the rifle.
Yeah. More. Yeah, that wouldn't be religious. Yeah.
No. Hey, Michelle. Yeah, it's just one of those things that I wanted to put out there out of having a strong curiosity with that. But so okay, so let's go on to a different topic. Who's going to pick the next topic? Dun, dun, dun. Yes, no, maybe.
There's a bot.
Oh, gone. Yeah, it's already blocked.
Okay.
underneath it. I don't know why sometimes the name just doesn't go away.
I wonder
So
what a lot of people. I think a big one, and we brought this up yesterday with Dr. Elliot Van Dusen, and we've talked about it with Mike Rickseeker. I think we need to. I would like to ask the audience their thoughts on shadows, on shadow people.
yes, that's a big one for me. It always
It's
has been.
controversial.
Like we've had Mike Rickseeker on, and he's a wealth of information when it comes to shadows, and he basically feels that many of them are quite benign. I just don't think we've ever got one that's been benign. It's like, so
Yeah,
some people think that they could be time travelers. They could be
I wonder
human
if
spirits.
they see them in a different color or form. I wonder if we, were able to draw something out and compare with others, their experiences, if they really are the same, or
There've
is
been
there
white ones
something?
here.
Well, yeah,
White
the
shadow
white
people.
is a. I've had white demonics, right? Like it's just, and you would never think of demonic being white. I remember with my mom, it was a white mist. It wasn't even, it was a
Right.
white misty, almost trying to make a ball. It almost did the infinity symbol, like, like that on the ceiling kind of thing.
Right. That's interesting.
It's a good one for the famous top hat man. Yes,
See those,
Bradley.
see those a
That
lot.
one, see, that one to me is always mischievous.
Yes.
Okay, and Jessica, I saw a shadow but didn't feel uneasy.
Yeah, Zach, we'll get to your question as soon as we're through this topic for sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My experiences with shadow people have been mixed. Some were neutral nature, others malevolent. That's Zach Vance.
I don't think we've ever come across one that wasn't malevolent. So you have to almost ask yourself why that would be. You think
Was it really a shadow?
Well, sometimes there are things behind them. Yeah, for sure.
If you don't feel that it's malevolent, I'd be so leery with that, because we don't know if there's something trying to mimic a feeling of love or a loved one and still trying to manifest itself to look like that person in some ways. You have to be very careful. That's what gives me fear. I used to always say that as well. I used to say, well, how does it make you feel? Do you feel uptight? And now it's like, well, wait a second. Anything can make you feel comfortable. Absolutely. You need to tell me, where did you see this? How long did you see it? How long did you see it for? How often? How, did you communicate with it? Like, there's a million other questions to that now. I don't think it's as simple as what television allows you to believe and what we may have thought many years ago. Yeah, there's a sense of peace when it's a loved one. But if you're looking at a black shadow and you have a sense of peace, you need to question that.
I agree.
For me, it's like a gunman coming to the house and I answer the door.
Yeah.
It's like, you got to be careful. I love Mike Rickseeker, but I don't agree with him. I still feel like there has to be something in the most minute way that is different than what the rest of us are seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I
maybe it's
a
not
lot
a
of time
spirit.
Researching. Yeah.
No, I love his research.
I think
having him on again, he's great.
Time travel is also a really good one.
That's a huge
also.
possibility.
Just out of the corner of your eye. I mean, spirits can do that also. We just don't seem to see many of them.
Then it's not a shadow person. It's a time traveling spirit. That's what I mean. Like, you can't label it really a shadow person.
We're assuming so.
And I need to know, is it a feminine form? Because I've never seen a demonic shadow entity in a feminine form. It's always been masculine. It's not always a hat. Don't like them. But it's always been masculine and large.
A lot of people I've spoken to throughout the last couple of decades of doing this, it seems to be the same thing. There's not really a positive take on them. It just doesn't mean that they're not out there.
No.
Zach
but if
Man.
they're time travelers, wouldn't you be able to see an outward appearance? Maybe those are the ones that we're catching from the corner of
corner.
eye, because shadow people in the malevolent way are in your face.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm saying, like, the smallest detail we're missing between these entities. I'm not saying it's not possible. I just, because he's an incredible researcher and I love talking to him, I just believe that we're missing something.
Right. Zach Man's comment here.
Thank you, Michelle. Never had a positive experience with shadow people. On my first experience with one as an adult, I tried to punch it when it
must look
disappeared.
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Bradley.
Any shadow person I came across has not been nice. I put them in the same category as the little girl in White Bad News. Oh, I just got chills. Come talk to me, lady. Yeah. Patricia Ramirez. Hi, Patricia. I remember, Michelle, that you had a guest who helped my 13-year-old daughter dismiss the little shadow people in her room.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I vaguely remember. I forgive me, unfortunately. I deal with so many different referrals, and I go back 20 years. So if I referred you, it must have been quite a while back.
She said it was a guest.
Yeah. Oh, so a guest who helped.
We're glad that they helped you.
Yeah, you had a guest. Okay, good. So,
Yeah.
okay, that's probably why. Yeah, we have great guests. That's what I mean. There's so many guests who, like I said, top of their fields. So they're going to come in and they're going to assist, Anybody who we bring on is going to be somewhat like-minded with respects to helping other people out. I mean, aside from the authors, not all authors are investigators or are hands-on. Sometimes they really are authors or experiencers, and it doesn't go much beyond them wanting to talk about their experience. So before we get back to Zach's other question,
Bradley, how does evil wait to get your attention or trust show themselves as something you can relate to or inviting? Well, they know you.
They know you. They can show up as children. They'll usually infiltrate other children because A, children are easy to bully. B, children see everything just like animals. C, they're easy to intimidate and they're easy to fool in some ways. However, some kids they feel that with you, they're gonna be standoffish, and sometimes they are gonna rat them out. Just a lot of families I've worked with started with the child being friends with another child who ended up getting that invitation and things going full-blown out of control.
Yeah, because come play with me is an invitation.
Pretty much.
Come have tea with me is an invitation.
It is.
I'm eating lunch. Come sit by me is an invitation. You forget how innocent your children are.
It's true.
And I say always question the imaginary friend.
Always. Don't dismiss it.
Don't ever think that that's all that is.
No.
Tamara, hi Tamara. Shadow people come under the category of not nice and uninvited. I agree.
Yes, 100%. Okay.
Yeah. And Jessica, my niece, love you. That's one of my fears. My son wants to see his no that passed. He wants to see my brother and he keeps reaching out. It's a tough one. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard because he really, really reaches out and you have to stay on top of him because he will be that child when your back is turned who's calling out. That's who he is. So yeah, that's why you ground him, Jessica. That's why you keep him shielded.
Ears and eyes open. Listen to the little comments. Don't dismiss imaginary friends because that's what mimics do. They get into your head. They know you better than they know yourself. They know what you're going to do before you know you're going to do it. And, if they know that there's a way in, they're going to reach inside and they're going to come out with that image. That's all it takes. It really can happen that easily.
And I believe here's a good point reference. Think about when there is a possession. You will hear all kinds of vile things come out of the person who is possessed. And that's the demons coming out. how do they know these things about everybody in that room? Hi, Samantha. My other niece is here. Love you too. You have to think of, how do they know these things? These are the same entities that are making and mimicking friendships with. Oh, no.
Amelia's just, what?
Why'd you wait until now to tell me, Sammy?
Yeah, in front of 2 million people.
My two nieces back to back. We're Zooming tomorrow. We're going to have a nice talk, and I'm bringing your mothers in. Samantha says Salvatore, he's my brother's junior, has an imaginary friend. Maybe I should be worried about it. Hell to the yes. We're going to talk. Shield him and bubble him for now.
The thing is with children too, is you don't want to scare them. If you scare them, they stop talking. So this is where you have to become the observer and watch the behavior. If your child all of a sudden starts to feel withdrawn and he doesn't want to talk, or he doesn't want to play, or he doesn't want to go into his room, or there's a certain part of the house that's starting to spook him, start paying attention. Sometimes imaginary friends are just that, an imagination, overactive imagination. But when I say never put it aside, is because I've seen way, way too many situations that have gone bad because it's been the opposite. But just pay attention. If he's happy all the time, then it's probably very benign.
This is a tough one, squirrel. That if he took after me, he's a squirrel. This is a tough one because Samantha's children are gifted, so it's really hard. You know, Samantha's father is my brother. Her mom is gifted. So now you've got from both sides of the grandparents coming into the children. Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Children can naturally see. They haven't been corrupted yet with life.
No.
They look at things very innocently.
Yeah, and baby Sal's such a sweet little soul, you know.
You just, like I said, the best thing that you can do, you never want to scare your child, and you don't want to lead them with a bunch of questions. So ideally, the best thing you can do is observe, because if they feel frightened or they feel like they've done something wrong, they will withdraw and shut down. That's not what you want. You want them to be themselves. Maybe when his imaginary friend is around, don't discourage it. The worst thing a parent can do is say, you're being stupid, you're being silly, there's no such thing. The child's looking at somebody going, hell yeah, there is. But you just want to, you just want to leave it alone, but observe the behavior of what he's doing while he's interacting. Because if it's something out of the imagination, he's going to communicate within his own realm of thought, of what he can verbalize and what he can do. If it's something that seems a little bit out of the norm for a child of his age, and the communication might, if it's confrontational and he's arguing and goes, I don't want to do that. No, just listen. And that will be your trigger as to what is there. Or you just send a bunch of pictures and you just just tap right in there, see what's going on. So
as she's giving you that advice, Samantha, I'm going through your house.
You just cheat and go right in there and see what it is.
I'm like, yeah. What Michelle said, seriously. It's a hard one, because all we're saying when we say about imaginary friends is it's not always an entity or a spirit. No. You just want to make sure it's not. Don't assume that it is an imaginary friend, but we'll talk tomorrow, Samantha.
Okay, so now we're going to go to Zach's question from way back.
Oh, yes.
Then we'll come back.
This one's for Michelle, because I have not. So,
yeah.
Have you ladies ever had any UFO, extraterrestrial, interdimensional being encounters? Well, interdimensional, yes. What do you mean by interdimensional? Like, who are you referring to?
Interdimensional could be obviously anything not of our current dimension, but that could be extraterrestrial, that could be what we deem as cryptids, that could be time travel, that could be other beings that, right?
Wait.
Yeah.
I had to find which direction that goes to point to Michelle.
But yeah. I could tell you, yes, on all levels. I've had experiences with all of that. Was not always comfortable with it, and came to the realization it's been happening since childhood. And when I came to that realization, he calls him his old friend. Samantha, we
I'm
have to get back to you.
wondering, Samantha, if there's an ET thing going on here.
Yeah, we're going to come back to you, Samantha and Bradley.
Yeah.
So if anybody who has obviously listened to interviews that I've had or seen my paranormal nightmare, which is the only time I've really told the full scope of my own story, there was an attachment. And I think on my paranormal nightmare, I even played one of the recordings of that attachment.
Yeah.
There's a big growl, you know.
You did.
Yes. And I now tend to wonder, because there is a really fine line between certain beings and extraterrestrials. I think religion is a very man-made thing, and we tend to refer to things like, let's say, for example, and I mean, they could be all one of the same, or they can be completely separate. So we're going to kind of examine both. But let's just say people look at a demon and think extraterrestrials. The UFO people will say that's a draconian or it's a reptilian.
Yeah.
Okay. People who look at angelic beings are going to say this is a Palladian. This could be, you know, there's several really nice Andromedans, like really nice beings of light, you know, they're just beautiful, like the Nordics. Like, you know, you just look at me,
I was
you're like,
looking for that word, Nordic.
right. Yeah. Right. Well, those are like from the Pleiades, right? So, you know, ufologists will say, no, that's what these beings are. Whereas, you know, paranormal people on an average, or religious people will say, no, those are angels and demons. So whatever the case may be, I could say, you know, for me, it could be either, because of, you know, bloodline stuff could tell me that, yes, it could be something that would be deemed demonic. But because of personal experiences with extraterrestrials, it could also have been just being an experiencer, abductee, contactee. Either way, it was a little unsettling. And, you know, having anything coming around lurking while you sleep at night is never pleasant. I keep thinking, what about all these other people? Get to see them during the day when they're awake.
Or they don't get their memories scrubbed, which really is a little bit weird.
How about that? Yeah.
Hi, Allison. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Allison.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just, I don't know. I think it's something that a lot of people experience, and a lot of people are going to start experiencing more, because from what I'm understanding, just in research and other people I'm speaking to who are abductees, contactees, experiencers, they are going to make themselves known. And we shouldn't necessarily fear them. Some of them should be feared, but the majority of them should not. So brace yourselves.
It's like any human race. There's good and bad everywhere.
Exactly.
So it's the same thing with that.
Exactly. Just be ready for it. Open mind. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
It always says no fear. Exactly. There we go.
Easy
no convincing
Amelia.
It's taking me a bit of time to just like, okay. It's like lurker. You know. Lurkers, yes. But you know, it's, hey Chris, it is become easier. And I hear something now, it's just like, all right. You know, I remember the other night I was so tired. I remember falling asleep, and then I could hear something, and I know now the patterns, and I know what they sound like, as opposed to, let's say, the spirits in the house sort of thing. And all I remember saying is, I am so tired, because it's just let me sleep first, and just let me fall asleep, have a little minute of enjoyment. So, you know, and we can always tell too, because the house gets really, really, really dark.
The best text messages are, Bubbles, it's noisy. What's here? Those are the best ones.
We've had, you know, like street lights come into the tower upstairs, and would light up the whole upstairs. So even with those lights on, when they're here, it's completely pitch black upstairs. It's like those lights don't even exist.
Yeah.
So
scary.
Okay, get back to Samantha. I know you're worried. What's going on?
No, I will definitely have a conversation with her tomorrow because there's no way that I could get everything I need from her from a chat. But I will definitely be having a conversation with her tomorrow and see what's going on, because it could be absolutely nothing. Especially like just the fact that he calls them his old friends kind of just it just kind of ruffled me the wrong way a little bit.
Right.
So I just want
Could
to
be
make
past life
sure.
too. My old friend could be past life line.
And Samantha's used to living in an active house, so
right.
But Chris is not, Samantha. So don't say anything to him until I've spoken with you, or he will never sleep, and you'll be nursing the man baby. And the other 4 kids won't even know you're there. But
good times.
He's petrified. He's like, I haven't seen the show you did because not this, the Paranormal Nightmares, because I'm so scared. They've lived in haunted houses. There seems to be an attraction with Samantha with that too. Yeah, LOL. Yeah, she agrees with me. Let me see what he says. Could ley lines be highways for extraterrestrials?
Yes, absolutely. And they could be highways for spirits as well, because they're energy lines. Anything that's made up of energy could pop through a ley line. There have been reports of people, I know in Burlington, City Hall people used to report horses and carriages from a whole other time. And they were all dressed in period clothing in the courtyard. And it ran right over a ley line. So I completely believe that spirits can travel through energy lines. And it is believed that UFOs and extraterrestrials, and Dolly, correct me if I'm wrong, could also use ley lines. Oh, well, hello, you're new. Nims Dulak, I love it.
Yeah, ley lines definitely for spirits, seen them, but interesting for extraterrestrial. Good to think about for me. Okay.
Yeah. See, Dolly says
yes.
Dun, dun, dun. Yes.
Yes.
Dolly would know. Dolly
would know. She's had a heck of a lot of experience.
Yes. So I completely believe that. So there's going to be a lot more information surfacing there also. But energy lines, I think where energy lines tend to cross, you'll see portals. A lot of these power spots, like throughout the world, like the ancient Egyptian pyramids, like Stonehenge, there are places like that all over the world. And you'll see where amazing monuments were built over these areas. They follow magnetic ley lines. Exactly. There we go. That's interesting that they do that, but that's, I guess it's like a highway. It's like a
If you want to know more about stuff like that, you should really watch Ancient Civilizations, on Ancient Aliens and stuff like that on television, because they have a lot of those stories in there. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, Tamara. When you have paranormal activity, you have UFOs reported.
Many times.
Yeah.
Not, for me, not always, but throughout the years, I would say at least 50% of the people I worked with who had hauntings also reported ET sightings.
Yeah. And they surf them.
I like it. That's very cool. Okay, Bradley.
I've been doing some searching and have noticed most churches are places on ley lines, the old cathedrals. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're power spots.
Yeah.
And if you notice, a lot of churches were built on old temples, and the temples back in the day were built on power spots, and the churches just took over the whole area. Of course they would.
Yeah. Stonehenge is built on.
Exactly. And some of these places they could not build on.
Yeah.
But if there was a temple there, you would see the church move right in on it and take it over. And then you get places like, for example, Rennes-le-Château in the south of France. And that place is unbelievable. Like, you could feel the energy when you're there. It's just a remarkable location. And it's been inhabited the Romans inhabited it, the Visigoths inhabited it. What was it about it? Power spot.
I felt a lot of energy on my grade 8 school trip. We went to Montreal at the cathedral. It was overwhelming for me, and I was 14 at the time. I didn't quite understand, but I do have a thing for cathedrals. I can't lie. I love going into, I don't care what religion they are. I love going into them because I find them so beautiful.
I love the architecture. Like I consider myself a spiritual person. I'm very open-minded. I don't follow organized religion, but yet look around, I love the Gothic arches. I love the architecture. It's just so unique, but it's also very medieval as well, which is I'm sitting in a medieval room for those who don't know. I just can't spin everything around, but I love it. I'm much like you that way. It's just so beautiful.
I think it comes from mine and my niece's history too.
Yeah. Tons of it.
Yeah. He brought the Goth into Italy. Dave's saying some of the ley lines in Europe is said that Apollo flew over the line and charged the ground on his journey.
Oh, that's interesting.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Bradley, I wonder if the Knight Templars used or knew. Oh, I
believe they would have.
That's a definite yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
That's temple meat, like you have to look at all of those. Yeah.
I agree. They had knowledge that was hidden. They knew so much more than they let on. I always say, Freddie Silva said it the best. Rich men did not give up their wealth to go on a quest looking for treasure. Rich men would give up their wealth to look for sacred knowledge. That's all I'll say.
Especially back then.
Exactly.
Yeah, Rennes-le-Château.
It's Rennes. Nims, it's actually Rennes-le-Château. So it's RENNES space LE space Chateau.
Chateau.
Yeah.
I think maybe when he typed, it just happened to come up that way.
It might have. Are you talking to your phone? Because it does it to me all the time.
Well, it's the
Yes.
Tamara says Mexico City. There is a church built on.
There you go. On
pyramid.
A pyramid.
Yeah, that's often if you go into
churches.
Arabia and Emirates and that, you will find things like that. The sand just blows over in hundreds of years, and then that's why we have archaeologists digging them all up. You have whole cities under sand.
Yes, you're very welcome, Nims.
Dolly, ask yourself, how did they know?
That's the key. How did they know?
How did they know they were magnetic? How did they know to look for them? Exactly. And that's where, you get that whole UFO cross into paranormal.
I know. Are you referring to the Templars? How do they know about the knowledge? That's a big question.
How did anybody know about the knowledge? How Stonehenge, Easter Island, Rennes-le-Château, the pyramids, the Mayans? How did any of them know?
Extraterrestrials.
Yeah.
I truly believe that. A lot of, mainstream archaeology will tell you. I mean, we've had a lot of different people. We've had archaeologists, on the show in the past. And I think, but open-minded, which is great. So I think mainstream archaeology tells you that, no, this is how things are. Because it's what they know, and they don't want to veer away from that. But I'll tell you something. The Earth is giving up her secrets, and discoveries are being made because you have people who are persevering. Look at Wayne Murphy, Sean Williamson out in Wisconsin. I'm sorry. Kathleen Ann Ball in Brazil, Carl and Hamilton, right? Relic hunters. I'm sorry. Things are starting to surface, and there's not going to be any hiding it. You're not going to be able to just bury it. That's right. ETs have been active through time. And you know what? The ancients actually coexisted with them. They didn't fear them the way we have been taught to fear them. Right now, it's like everything in the media. Oh my God, this is happening.
It's Hollywood too.
Even the great minds. Oh no, you're going to be Stephen Hawking. No, You don't want to be communicating with extraterrestrials. They're going to
That
take over.
shocked me.
Think of the Mayans, think of the Aztecs. I get it
Yeah.
completely. But the ancient people emulated these extraterrestrials. They revered them as gods. They emulated them. They built temples to them. There's so many out of place artifacts that have depictions of extraterrestrials. All you have to do is just listen to some of the Grey Zone episodes Joe and I have done. They're mind-blowing, the information that we have presented on this. Why is this the only time period where we are taught to fear them? Because the governments or the militaries have whether they've made deals and they've got all of this reverse, technology that they're moving forward with, and they're trying to suppress us, like whatever the case may be. I'm not really trusting of either, but all I know is we seem to be the only time period that really fears extraterrestrial contact. Next.
That's a whole other show.
Yes.
That's wow. Yeah. Oh, Bradley says Oak Island is in Nova Scotia. The big treasure hunt lays on a ley line. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's ley lines everywhere. I think when people hear us speak of ley lines, they think just, north and west and east of us, but they're here as
everywhere.
well. Yeah.
They're everywhere. They just circle around the globe.
It's energy.
That's right. That's right. Go ahead.
Okay, Petrella, if the narrative changes, people can also lose their income, prestige, and career if they change their viewpoint.
Agreed. Dolly.
Yeah. Agenda that does not include most others. Yep. That actually just melted right into Dave's comment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know. I think that there's going to be a lot of discoveries being made. Let's talk about Antarctica for a moment. There's a lot with Antarctica. There's a whole lot with Antarctica, and it's something that's been kept from mainstream humans, being all of us in civilization, forever. And yet they've known that there was something down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, the Nazis were said to have been down there. Darn straight they were. And if I always say conspiracy theory that Hitler was actually a Rothschild, and Rothschild's got an island right beside Antarctica, and that would make sense why he would be there. But whole other show. However, they're making discoveries that they're now talking about. Scientists have been going down there. Linda Moulton Howe has come out with interviews of people who have seen things, and she's basically done the interviews, exposed it. Now there's, the government's releasing little bits and pieces, and they're finding bits and pieces of an ancient civilization. The key is it an ancient human civilization? There's a freaking pyramid in there. It's like, the hell? So, it's like Alaska. Who freaking
She's a little passionate about why they're hiding all of this.
Because I want to know.
I want to know why they all want to live there.
I hate shit being kept from me, man. I don't like it.
Usually rich people fly south. I want to know why they want to go that far. Right? Yeah, but that's not warm.
They're going
south.
Really south.
You might as well be on Greenland south.
Pretty much.
It's not much different than the Arctic up north here, where you don't have daylight and sunlight in one day. Or it's daylight and night. Sorry.
Exactly.
Dolly said it is the magnetic energy of the Earth from the core of the globe. Yeah, that's where science actually agrees with us. Admiral Byrd, Tamara. Yeah,
and
it's our magnetosphere.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know. I think there's some great discoveries coming, and I think people should start having an open mind and try to get away from the mindset of average academia, because, I think that we've been fed a very basic curriculum throughout, like all over some parts of the world are really advanced. Here in the West, we've got pretty basic curriculum, in the schools, considering, I'm sorry, even China and Japan, I mean, they're really really advanced in some of their teachings. So we're sort of like spinning our wheels here. And I think that we've been taught and told to just focus, like tunnel vision. We have to have that peripheral vision. We have to be open-minded and just say, okay, look, things are happening and this stuff is real. You can't deny it. It's right there. We've been taught that places like Lemuria and Atlantis have just been, it's just fiction. It's not fiction, man. It's not fiction. It's there. It's there.
We have photographs of it.
They found Lemuria, for God's sakes. It's like the 8th continent. And they found another continent, Aria, I believe it was.
I'm sure they found Atlantis. They just don't want to tell
They're just not talking about it. No, exactly.
My mind is open, but scared to open it more. Yeah, I know.
Oh, it's an adventure.
I know.
You'll love it.
Just don't try to take it all in at once. That's how I learned.
Just have wine.
Wine.
Wine. Prepare for the adventure. That's it.
You're off tomorrow. You're good. Dave says, in the old maps of Pangaea, Antarctica was attached to the landmass in the area where the Indian Ocean is today. There's a great chance that humanity's original continent.
Yeah, there's that big landmass right next to Italy, actually, and it's the one that I've mentioned before. Now, with that landmass, it's gone under the plates of the Earth. It's under the water, but parts of it are the mountain ranges that you see in Italy and throughout that whole part of Europe. Like, it's actually right there.
Oh, in northern
Lemuria
Italy.
would have been also attached to, because it's right between Australia, New Zealand, which was right down there with Antarctica. It's also fascinating. Yeah, the plates, they do.
Plates subduct all the time.
They do.
Well, yeah, and obviously it wasn't that solid that it sank.
Well, some of it just slides under the water. But so let's ask ourselves something else. Let's say these, and again, I'll mention Freddie Silva because he's been on the show a couple times. He's wonderful in his research. He's very, very, very detailed in his research. Any man who takes 19 years to study the Knights Templar and writes these freaking amazing books, 19 years has got to stand for something. So, but there's a lot of these missing lands, as he calls them, and these ancient civilizations that go back 10, 15, 20, 30,000 years, and these people may have been revered as gods. Is that the Atlantis story? Is that the Atlantis story?
That's the whole thing, separating myth and lore and
exactly.
And what I like to call fairy tale of cultures. It's
true.
It's hard. Dave says lots of previous civilizations probably ended up in the Earth's mantle and was recycled. I agree.
100%. See, right there, these islands have sunk and these continents have sunk. We've been through ice ages. Oh my gosh.
And we can't really check, especially if they're in, thousands and thousands and thousands of depths of water. We can't get that far to see what's there.
No.
You can't, you'll die. You can't get down there. Bradley writes, I wonder if doing a spirit box session of spirits would tell us our future or things about our planet we didn't know.
Ooh.
Well,
actually,
well,
I
let Michelle answer that one.
I think it's a double-edged sword with that. And because I have had many sessions and spirits will give you a lot of information. Extraterrestrials will give you more information.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had spirits of my family come through and set me on a journey into my lineage that blew my freaking mind. And it was all validated through different mediums and psychics. And then I've gone to these locations. I found the information I needed. So I do believe there are some things they can tell you. I don't believe they can interfere too much with giving you things that can alter your life too much. And I say that because I remember my grandfather giving me tidbits of information. And there was a woman in the background. And I remember my grandmother saying a story. She would tell us a story that for years after my grandfather passed, he would visit with her, and she would be annoyed because he had this female guide, and she would determine when the visit was over. And it was part because my grandfather, knowing my grandfather, was trying to give her some information she wasn't supposed to have, and she yanked him out of there. This is what happened when he started touching on things he shouldn't have touched on, and all of a sudden she's basically saying that's enough. Like, she got very, very stern with him. So I think there's limitations as to what they're allowed to tell us. And ET tells, they're actually, I found in that one last session, Bubbles,
Yeah.
the last two, they'll just, maybe three, they'll just tell you all kinds of stuff. It took some, yeah, you almost have to make sure you're tapped into them, though, to be sure that that's exactly who you're talking to.
Tapped in and protected as
Exactly.
well. Don't just put on one of those boxes and think all you have to do is talk.
No, you need to have somebody on the outside, not just listening. Hi, Christopher. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Christopher. Hi, Joyce.
Yeah, I believe that there has to be somebody there monitoring, so you know exactly who you're communicating with, because it could get dangerous pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Dolly, Plato died before he gave his entire account of Atlantis. Yeah.
No,
funny that, huh?
The ones he gave, yeah, there's another conspiracy.
Funny that.
The ones he gave, you know, they've had, look at that location called the Eye of the Sahara. And it's when you look at that thing from overhead and you compare it to ancient depictions, my gosh, it's almost identical. You're looking at that and you could think to yourself, oh my gosh, this really could be it. But then there was a new one that I found. We did it on the Gray Zone Uncensored on that show on Saturday. And I don't have those notes in front of me, but there's a newer location that has just surfaced. And now people are thinking this might be it. And when I started reading the characteristics, because I think Plato had at least 10, 15 characteristics describing it. Now I'm kind of thinking, shit, there's another one. Was it all connected at one time? Was it extraterrestrial? Was it a floating city? Like some people say, no. How do you know the thing wasn't floating in the air and just flew off? I'm like, I don't know, man. I wasn't there, but apparently I was. So I don't know.
If it's a floating
really
city,
don't.
how do we know that it's not a craft?
Well, that's exactly it. See, so
Holy says all have knowledge if lives all have knowledge of lives lived before, but it is your life now to live, learning on your ability to connect to truth.
I agree to that. I do. And Tamara says,
every fairy tale or folklore, there is a thread of truth. Absolutely. Urban myth as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
Urban myth is the modern fairy tale.
Yes.
There is a universal law for which they cannot change a person's life plan.
I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that I think they're very limited to what they can say. Oh, the reach of structure. That's right. The Eye of Sahara. I've seen it. What did you think of it, Dave? Do you think it's a good candidate for Atlantis? If you've seen the documentary?
I didn't watch that.
It's really good. It's really good. There was a few years in the study of it, but the other location was in the Azores Islands off the coast of Portugal, because Plato had mentioned that it was near the Straits of Gibraltar, was it? Or the Pillars of Hercules.
Which are there, yeah.
That is exactly where these islands were. And these islands were said to be very, very active with earthquakes as well.
Oh.
You have to look at the Azores Island one, Dave.
I find that really interesting. Dave says, I think Atlantis is under the entire Sahara.
Well, under the Sahara, that's the Eye of the Sahara. You could see where a big tsunami came in at one point and just sucked everything out of it. That's what I'm saying. It's a good candidate. But when you read the information on the Azores Islands in Atlantis, you might look at that and think, you know what? That might be another good candidate. So I don't know. Yeah, the Azores. Yeah, have you looked at everything with the Azores? It's got a really good potential.
There's got to be a reason why the Templars were there.
I I think there's a lot of ancient knowledge that's definitely there. Okay, there. So,
I just lost.
Yeah,
sound.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I had just lost sound. Dave says the Giants were on the Azores. Sorry, my eyes are like shot tonight. Yeah.
Okay, well, I can go ahead and read. I can read them if it helps.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Once they're on the big screen, I'm okay. Hey, Christopher. I disagree. They crucified Christ thinking they ended him. Well, we have a little comment on that little bit there.
Yes.
I know he wasn't ended. Crucifixion didn't mean what people think it means. That's where you have to start, and then that's when you get everybody all upset. Yes, the Pillars of Hercules. You could exit there and then move to the south where the Eye of the Sahara is too.
That's true. The Eye of the Sahara is a big one for me on that one.
I like to believe Atlantis is in the water. That's just me. I really do. And I like to believe that one day I'm going to be able to scuba dive and see it.
I would say Google that because it is really amazing information.
Yeah. And Christopher says, and all but one disciple met a horrible end.
Yeah, that's sad. Those were harsh times. Those are harsh times for sure. Different world. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think there's new theories also where people are thinking that this ancient civilization in Antarctica could potentially be another candidate for Atlantis. I don't know. That was all pre-Christianity. That was pre-everything. There are a lot of really ancient civilizations out there that are starting to surface. So do you want to do a station ID, Bubba?
Yes, I do. Thank you. There's a lot of
I know I'm trying to keep up with the chat room, but just going.
Yeah, it's I love it. I love having all everyone there. My God, we couldn't do this without you. Thank you.
Yes.
Right now you are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and myself, Amelia Pisano. We are live in New Orleans. Gorgeous city, and it's almost Mardi Gras over there. We are airing on 105.3 FM radio, and we are streaming live right now on UFO Paranormal Radio International Public Radio and UFOs and Gods and Extraterrestrials Radio. And every Facebook page that has our name on it, you search us, you will find us on 8 different pages. So join us in chat. There's still time. We still have a little bit left to the show. Tonight is our 200th episode. Thank you, all of you. And a special big thanks to Folgers who have been with us from inception. Thank you for having faith in us. Thank you for trusting us. And we hope it's a long relationship. We wouldn't be here without Folgers Coffee sponsoring our show. Thank you so much. And we'd like to give a big thanks to composer and award-winning Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, Justin Snicker, for our intro and outro. You can find him on Amazon, Bandcamp, and you can find him on Facebook and Instagram as well. Check out his music. It's amazing. Thank you, Justin Snicker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nims. 200 episodes. It's fantastic. Hi, Audrey. We've been really
hit a few milestones today. Yes. And Tamara, caps are melting, so things are showing up in Antarctica, Iceland, Greenland, and Arctic. Yes.
In the Arctic. Yes, they are.
Yes.
I don't know. I think I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to surface in 2022. I think there's just so much out there that's been hidden from us, but stuff that's just been hidden in general. Technology is an amazing thing, and it can actually work in favor of the people once in a while.
I agree. Bradley Monks, for those of you that are listening and not watching, we know less about our oceans than we do space. Who knows? We may have a whole alien base there. Alien base all over the damn planet.
There are
Just saying.
several alien bases all over, not just in the
Yes.
oceans. The oceans, there's quite a few. There's some said to be in our mountains, under the
Absolutely.
ground, like
In them.
Middle
Our,
Earth. You know, it's all
Our
out
favorite correctional officer, Wes Coleman, says, I am going to drink 200 cups of Folgers coffee to celebrate. Love you,
Take
Wes.
pictures.
Mwah, mwah.
Take pictures.
Why, he'll be calling tomorrow.
I know.
It's like, I'm still awake. I'm still awake. I'm still awake.
I'm still awake with 200 cups of Folgers.
I suggest
oh my
decaf
gosh.
if you do that.
Yeah.
And a
Well, we
porta potty
appreciate the
nearby.
gesture. It's all about the thought, right?
We
So,
love you, Wes. Yeah, just, oh my gosh. Wow, that conversation went from ghosts to aliens
it's all
quickly.
over the place. It's
And
all over
history.
the place, but I love it.
And this is what we're trying to say, just a reminder, it's not always, a lot of people think that we're just paranormal. In fact, paranormal is probably the smallest thing on our
It really is.
on our schedule.
It really is. Considering
Definitely.
I've spent like practically 2 decades in the field, it's amazing how you branch out. I've always said, learn something new every day, and moving outward into
Christopher's a
hopefully
2 pots of
Folgers.
coffee kind of guy. That's what I was going to say. That better be
Yeah.
Folgers, Mr. Quarantino. Yeah. So
But yeah, you definitely branch out. I think people in the paranormal always go into ufology because there are several connections. But I am also a lover of ancient history, and I mean, I dig and I dig and I learn and I cross-reference, and I love just learning about everything because there's just so much out there to know. The paranormal is just such a small part of it. But there's a lot of dark things out there too, and I'm not just talking about evil things here as the paranormal looks at it. Angels, demons, well, demons being dark, but there's that world, but then there's another world that's like right here on planet Earth. There's how we treat each other. There's people who again get victimized. There's oh gosh, guys, there's just so much. It's a whole other show, but there's so much.
they're all coming up in the next 5 months.
I know. we want to, there's a lot of stuff coming in the next few months just with guests, but we just want to present so much to you that it's hard. I almost wish we could do 3 shows a week. There's that much information to do. Well, I do 3 shows. Actually, I do about 5 shows a week.
Then we're going to be doing 6. Well, you're going to be doing 6.
Yeah, 3 that I'm actually, like the 2 Outer Realms and the Gray Zone. But then I do other people's shows. So I average about 5 a week, sometimes 6. So it does get to be a lot. But there's just so much information that I would love to just bring forward and somehow fit it all in our schedule.
We wouldn't be able to help people when we do those other 2 nights. That's the problem.
That's very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very dark world we live in.
Yes.
Oh, hallelujah. Amen. Yes, it is.
In more ways than one,
Yes, it is.
But I don't know. I think you guys are really going to love the lineup that we have coming, and people who are just going to bring you so much knowledge, and they're going to open your eyes to things that you may not want them open to. Just saying. Just saying.
You can always hit pause if it's too much.
Open mind. Mind. And
and you don't have to agree with all of our guests. We don't. We have them on because we're learning.
We're learning, and everybody deserves the opportunity to get their stories out, or their area of study.
Absolutely.
It's a big, amazing world. It really is.
Oh my God.
Bradley. So much folklore that could be talked about. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Folklore is fascinating to me because it is the foundation of how a lot of stuff got started with us.
Yeah, Jessica, I find this all fascinating. Want to know more? I could stay and listen to my aunt on the phone forever. You know what's funny is we actually clean our houses when we're talking on the phone. It's just something.
Yeah.
But anyways,
That's
I
cool.
I enjoy my conversations with my nieces. I really do.
No, it's cool.
Michelle, can't wait to meet you. Yeah, as soon as
Thank
this
you.
crap is all down, you know.
Yes, that's true.
I never hit
I'm
the
a
pause
diligent
button
type.
when I'm engaged in the show. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
Zach deserves an award.
He's like a third host.
He has never missed
He managed
a
the
show.
chat. I know.
Like,
So,
seriously. Seriously.
I know. He's great.
Zach's the ultimate listener.
That's because he's sitting back with a drink and a cigar.
A cigar.
He's good. He's got his feet up.
We can tell him anything.
He's like one of the girls. So
Yeah. He's an incredible man, and he's great to the network.
You're welcome.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Getting back to folklore for a sec, there's a lot of mutual, we were talking to Elliot Van Dusen last night, and he was talking about, things that were going on out in Nova Scotia, out in the East. And then we basically had the same sort of thing, obviously here, but down in New Orleans. And when we had Kat Thagard and Utu Witch Doctor on, they were talking about different folklore also that have shown up in different parts of the world. Peter Muse was on talking about, I believe it was, I had to say it, Puckwudgies. There's something about that
I
name,
bought his books. I got his books.
I just love
the word
name.
Puckwudgie.
It's these little folklore beings, Puckwudgies. And then only to find out that, that they were on like here, or I'm just like, Puckwudgies? Yeah. I just had to keep saying it.
Yeah. I have to read Mama's comment. Auntie Mimi knows everything. You know who says that, Michelle?
My niece, yes.
Auntie Mimi.
I know. She's like, what, 20?
Yeah, it's okay. You always will, No,
it's true.
Wes, I know the secret. Shh. I still want to know if they have found the secret of how they get the caramel in the caramel bar. I know.
You just have to message
I've eaten enough of them. I know.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh, one of life's little mysteries.
Yeah, I think they do it differently in England though, because I have them shipped over from England. I don't eat the ones that are here. I'm a chocolate snot. Michelle knows it. I'm a chocolate snob.
Too much wax.
Yeah, I won't eat chocolate from here. But I get them shipped in from England or even Ireland. Yeah.
So I'm just reading.
That's okay.
So when the world opens up, where does everybody want to go and why? Why? I'd like to go back. There's so many places I'd like to go back to because I spent a lot of time in different places in Europe, and I'd love to go back because there's not enough time. And I think when you're not allowed to do something, it makes you want to do it more.
Right?
Yeah.
You learn that growing up.
Funny like that.
Careful, your mom's in the chat room.
Yeah.
To see my aunt. Oh, just seriously, like you won the award. You're killing me. Oh my God! Finally, yeah. Poor Luca. It's breaking my heart because she had a baby boy that I haven't been able to hold, and he's over a year, and it's breaking my heart. Yeah. Oh, Wes wants to go to Alcatraz.
Really? Yeah, West Alcatraz would be kind of cool. That would be a cool place. But again, I'm just sort of like, I'd like to go someplace that hasn't been done so much. But for you, I guess that'd be kind of personal too, right?
Being a correctional.
Yeah.
Corrections. Sorry, I keep saying corrections officer. I would like to see Canada.
That's what Zachary says. I'm
come and visit
Canada, so my friends.
Anytime.
Here we go.
Bradley says, I see so many in the paranormal. I'm thinking on trying to bring some different ideas to the investigations, like folklore, forerunners, skinwalkers, the exits.
Talk to Linda Corino. They've had skinwalker sightings up in Georgina, Ontario. I would definitely
Freaking
talk
cold
with her
there.
about that. Yeah, those freaking things. Yeah, Sardinia or Malta.
Sardinia, Malta. My brother's old neighbor was from Malta, and that's how
Yeah.
I've got all my genealogy, all of our
Mm.
paperwork for our history. Malta's an incredibly historical place. Sardinia is one of the few centenarians capitals of the world. They're up in the top three. I can't believe how many people they have over 100 years old on that island.
Wow, that's craziness. But
Yeah.
yes, but that is true. That is true. I actually saw a documentary on that. Lilydale.
Lilydale. Oh, I'll go with you, Mama. I haven't been.
I have friends in Lilydale.
Yeah,
I
I
love
haven't been.
Lilydale.
I'll go with you.
It's beautiful.
We'll
For
pick up
people who
Michelle,
don't know-
maybe.
For people who don't know, Lilydale is the largest spiritual community in at least North America, some say the world, and it was founded by the Fox sisters, and it was the birth of spiritualism.
Yes.
Abraham Lincoln is gone. Harry Houdini has tried to debunk them. There's a whole lot of history there.
Of former presidents.
It's a town that talks to the dead, and
yeah,
amazing community.
Maybe Michelle, and she said, "Okay, I got it. I've got it. Don't worry, I'll drive."
Nims. Oh yeah.
Oh, why don't you go to Ireland?
Sacred places, fairy roads. Oh, you know what? The UK has got so much beautiful fairy folklore. It's unreal. When I was in Scotland, they had the fairy glen, and it looked like a circle, just of stones, just like a spiral circle, and people could go and make offerings. And right on the top, up on the hill overlooking it, was these old ruins that were said to be the Fairy King's Grotto. So it's like, those all kinds of great fairy folklore.
Yeah,
all
Scotland's
over the UK.
Loaded with it.
Oh my gosh, yes. Ireland's the same.
The
England.
rough seas around the islands.
Everything.
It just, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. There's just amazing places in the world with so much history, and places where I never expected to get paranormal experiences, where I certainly did. And you know, okay, here's something. So you know how you get like these vacation pictures, and you only look at them 2 years or 3 years after you've been on the vacation, because you take like 1 million of them, and it takes you forever just to get
talking
them.
About herself when she says because you.
I am, because I'm really guilty of that. So when I was in Europe, my last trip to Europe, I had started off in Scotland, ended up in the south of France, and then shot back up and came home. It was a quick trip. But I started going through these old photographs of Rennes le Chateau when I was there. Found some crazy apparition things. I did get a photo of Father Saunier. But more weird than that, I got photos of Greys. 2 of them. I was like, well then, there'd be a portal around here, I'm thinking. And then I got people sending me pictures of, look at the UFO we got in the south of France. My friend Bart. Oh, it's two different pictures, 2 different years, mind you. And there's a saucer, like right there in beautiful south of France while they're on a tour. Everybody's all oblivious to it right over top of them. I was like, I don't know.
It's really weird. And you took those on trips. I was only in my living room when I got that gray in the TV screen, which I did not even notice till 3 years later when I actually sent that photo to Andrea Perrin because I was reading her book.
Mm-hmm.
With George Lopez in a Flickr. And I was reading it because Bobby and I were having them on the show, and I was trying to get through it like really fast. And I took a picture of the dog in my lap, and in the background, I never noticed anything until I went to zoom in on the dog's face, and I went, what the F is in the TV?
And I have to laugh because Amelia is in complete denial that there's any kind of ET activity at all.
No, there isn't. It was in the glass of the TV. Could have been anything.
But but that's how you get them.
I
One
know,
time I'm
but
sitting there and I could hear somebody behind me. So I do like a screenshot, like kind of a reverse, and
yeah.
it's like right there. And I was just like, I'm glad I wasn't going crazy. But they're not gonna just, come right out and
I am not a contactee.
yes, she is. That's
No,
what I
I'm not.
say.
No,
Yes,
I'm
she
not.
is. Yes, she
No, it
is.
was
Yes,
that
she
one and
is.
only time that I'm saying
Oh,
I honestly thought it was spiritual. And Andrea writes back,
spiritual.
our family's with you. And I'm like, what? No. These are ghosts.
No.
These are ghosts.
Not so much.
And it's weird because it was 2 to 3 years after that I took that photo and I said, oh, Versace's in this picture. I love this. I'm going to zoom in on his face. I'm going to crop it. I'm going to print this picture. And then
But
I see
that's
the
the
background
thing.
and I went, but there was no lights on behind me. There are no lights behind me. Why
So
would
say
there be a
what you
reflection in the
want.
TV? Well,
Say what
I'm
you
just saying
want.
that you do find, I'm agreeing that things are really
Yes.
weird how they pop up, even if
Hey, I
you
never
don't.
expected to find them on my vacation in the south of France, of all places. And there they were in windows looking at me.
Yeah.
Because I was taking just pictures of scenery. And a couple, one was like right in the window looking down at me. And I was just like, that was very unusual for me.
Yeah.
So I know.
No.
Bradley.
I was doing a location here. The home was owned by an Irish family. The medium was picking up on ferries, the Madison Doucette Hennessy house on
Right.
Facebook. Hennessy as in like the cognac.
Yes.
Oh, that's a long one. Okay. Susan Short. Something interesting you guys might like to look into: the history of the massacre of the Donnelly family, referred to as the Black Donnellys. An immigrant family from Ireland was slaughtered by town people. Johanna Donnelly practiced the Wiccan rituals, apparently, and as she was killed, she cursed all the men doing the killing. I believe that was on History Channel.
Yeah.
They are distant relatives to my grandmother's family. Well,
Very cool.
She lived there when she immigrated from Ireland and refused to talk.
I have something I can add to that. The connections to the Donnellys. Actually, a friend of mine is writing a book on it. He knows the current owner, who's a Donnelly, visits pretty regularly, actually, and he's got a lot of the history down pat. In fact, he knows more history than most people I've ever met. But if that's not even enough, if you guys saw an episode of Haunted Case Files, there's one a little embellished about being on the island up in northern Ontario. There was an old lodge on this island, and the caretaker of this lodge happened to be a cousin. I wish I could remember his name, Susan, because you're probably just like, what? And he said to me, he goes, you need to go visit my cousin up at the Donnelly homestead. I'll put in a good word for you. I'm just like, wow, okay. Well, after that, we connected with a house in Kincardine. Now, the story with that house was when the Donnelly family was massacred, the owner of the house we were investigating, he would buy horses. That was part of one of the businesses he had. And they were a big Scottish community in Kincardine. So, Donnelly's being Irish, he took a lot of flack because to help out the Donnelly family, he went and bought up all their horses. So he took a lot of flack for that. I just found it really interesting how there were two connections. Mother, what do you mean? Which uncle knew who? You cut off. You're teasing us. My uncle knew and then it ends. That's the comment. I'm assuming you're going to say the Donnellys. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Either the Donnellys or them.
Them, yes, knew them, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have to message me and tell me which uncle. But I find it fascinating how things for me had come full circle with this family. And they really are very private. I guess your family member who owns or lives at the property now, for the longest time, wouldn't have anything to do with investigations or with even with film people, because he had such a bad experience. So aside from communicating through this person I know who's writing a book, I think he's only now starting to open up a little bit again. Homestead in Canada. Oh, okay. Well, that's very cool. So very cool. I like it. So, that's actually really interesting. I love it. I love to hear all this. I never knew that.
Mhm.
Go figure.
That's funny.
I know. I never knew this. I had no idea. So that's just in my family. So there's a lot of really great places to visit, and Canada. People don't think Canada actually has all that much because we're not as old, let's say, as the United States, obviously. But you know what? Technically, we are just as old.
Yeah, we just weren't discovered or named.
Well, no, exactly.
It's not like Canada just popped up. Just
They
nobody
started
knew about who they
came
were.
over. No,
Yeah.
exactly.
There were people here when they got here.
Mm-hmm. And let's look at our indigenous people.
Yeah.
Gosh, the history that goes back there. And Vikings and Templars, and there's just pirates. Like, it's all been here.
Yeah. When you Google how old is Canada, you're going to get the age. You're going to get the age of the day they named it. You're not going to get who was here before someone came over and called it Canada, which, by the way, was an error. Yes. It actually means the village. But anyways, Susan Short said it was a feed that started in Ireland, and a priest from Ireland immigrated there, continuing the feud. John Lee's one son had a stagecoach business, so that's where the horses came in.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's
1867. Doreen writes.
We have so many haunted places. We actually do have a lot of haunted places here as well. And largely because we are such a huge, we have a huge landmass. There's things here that are completely untouched. We have a lot of mysteries. We have a lot of folklore, much of the same folklore as anywhere else. The Dirty Feud. Yes, I can well imagine it was. I mean, considering how it ended up. Besides that,
thank you,
Doreen. Happy 200th. We love it. We love it, and we're slowly coming to the end of it, which is kind of boo. That's okay. Autocorrect is just wonderful. It just
I have the same issue.
Me too.
Well,
gosh,
don't even get me started on Michelle's text messages.
It's an adventure in itself.
when I'm saying I didn't understand what you just wrote, it's really bad
because
for the most part I know what she's saying. Yeah,
and I always say, I said, Amelia's perfect. You can speak Syrian. Because I talk to Siri.
It's scary.
And she's like, I don't get that one. Other times it's like, I completely understand. Don't worry. It's like, there we go. That's why we're compadres.
Yeah.
You totally understand.
It's like, I knew exactly what you were saying.
Exactly. See? So it's sad, really. But it's pretty amazing all at once.
It's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I look and I'm thinking, oh my God. You know even when I send something out, I'm like, really? I didn't write that. But okay, Bradley writes, when I started in investigation, Claybank Brick Plant in Saskatchewan was one of my locations. Who knew that in the following that it would take me to locations built by Claybank Bricks? Well, sometimes they choose you.
I believe that.
Yeah,
I do. I believe that. I feel that sometimes information makes its way to you. I found myself starting to research one thing, but if I'm supposed to know something else, it just takes me there. It's just bizarre. And I end up sometimes on an entirely, different stream of research thinking, how did I get here and why? But eventually, we'll work or something and I'll just be like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right, that's great. I don't know. This is, I guess I was supposed to know it for something that was coming up, or sometimes you have really strange dreams. How many times have I had like messages and dreams, and we go in and look at those two priests that we did. I'm not going to mention any names. We did, the one exorcist guy, got him all, sorted out and moved on. And what was it, like 2 months later? And I'm racking my brain going, who is this other person? And then I just started moving back in the trail, and it was just like, holy crap, they were friends. And it was miserable, and it was really convoluted. Can't get into it. But
No.
And sure enough, we go in, we check, bam, needs help. It's just weird how things happen. So that's why when you have dreams and things, just break it down. Don't be afraid to just dig your heels in and try to decipher what it could be, or just Google the information, break it up, and say, what is this about? What is this about?
Sometimes it's the cheeseburger you ate before you went to bed. But
it is.
Sometimes it's a message. But sometimes it's a message.
Yeah, because I don't typically, for someone who used to be able to lucid dream, I could just do so many things with my dreams my whole life. I could stop, fast forward, rewind, pick up where I left off. I think I want to dream about this for the next 3 nights. I could do it, to completely not remembering dreams. Now it's almost as though the only thing I can remember are messages, are downloads. I can't
there's a
remember
reason for
dreams.
it. I hope I don't lose that, because I say I'm just as bossy in dreamland as I am in my life. If I don't like something while I'm dreaming, I actually speak up and say, listen, I know I'm not dreaming right now. Something's going on. You need to get to it and tell me what it is, because this is frustrating. I don't like repeating things. What am I missing? Just tell me.
Right. That's true.
But, I hope I don't lose that. So.
Wow. That's the thing. I don't think so.
Thank you,
thanks,
April. Hope you're well.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, you know what? I believe we go down the path that we're meant to go down the path. And here, actually, Tamara says it just perfect.
We're always drawn to what we need. Yes,
there we
absolutely.
go.
And if that means direction, people misinterpret that statement. They think need as in materialistic. It's not always that. It's spiritually or direction as well. It's not, you're not being directed to the lottery. Well, some people are, but the clay brick is on the NASA rocket launch pad that sent the man to the moon. It was the only brick that could withstand the heat. I don't know if our American listeners, I know the rest of the world does. I don't think you realize how involved Canada is with NASA. If you notice, there's a red and white flag at your space station and a few of the other pieces that go on your rocket. So yeah,
you look up Westcam and L3 Corporation. They're huge in designing equipment for your military as well.
My cousin has said to me in Jersey, he said to me, well, you guys don't have a space program. I'm like, we are your space program. Just saying.
Little old us, who knew?
So, we are your space program. You're up there because we built those things. So yeah, we're not just the upstairs neighbors. Yeah.
So Dave.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Scrooge had indigestion before he had his encounters with the ghost. Yep, because she brought him soup to help him settle his stomach in a cup. I remember that. That's my favorite film, but it has to be with Alistair Wells. It can't be anybody else.
Right.
Nim says, was so sad when Obama shut down the NASA program. Thank you, Ken. Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Not that I have anything to do with it, but you're welcome.
Well, we also designed the Avro Arrow, that plane too, and it was just so dang sophisticated that there's just no way we were allowed to have it. Thanks to the Americans. How was that?
And Pauline LeBlanc writes, I worked at the planetarium in Laurentian University and connected with the astronauts in NASA on the day man walked on the moon. You go.
And
wow.
And if you remember also that you made mention that they actually prepared for that walk on the moon up in Sudbury because the terrain was so similar to that on the moon. because many millennia ago it was hit by a dang asteroid
There
and
you
killed
go.
everything.
No wonder you have so many sightings up there.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
They've been
I remember
crashing
being
for
a little girl
years.
sitting on the couch waiting to watch something, go
Yeah,
across. We'd
crashing
see
for
sightings
years.
all the times. Yeah. It's
Wow.
true. It's true. Exactly. And we are hidden
Canadians are the
gems,
hidden
Tamara.
gems.
Dang straight.
Yeah.
Present company included.
I was just going to say, I'd say thank you, but you're Canadian.
I know. Present company included. Never mind.
Yeah. I always say we're the Switzerland of North America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Try to keep the peace.
Yeah. Us peacekeepers. It's amazing.
Speaking of quiet.
Da, da, da. Right.
That time.
It is.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just trying to completely not do that, but we're going to have to do that. We are pretty much at the end of our segment. My gosh, you guys have just been so much fun, and I am really, really looking forward to another 200 episodes with you all. And I know.
Toblerone, yes. Yes and yes. That I do eat.
True. It's true. We have lots. So thank you guys all. I'm a total my bad right now. I don't have any of my information for next week's guests, unless Amelia has it right in front of her. I certainly do not. Of course, Amelia will. I'm usually more organized this, but I was just like,
I'm in my office, so
yes.
it's pretty much here. We
Okay,
have
good.
the amazing Jason Hewlett on.
With his new
Yes.
book. Yep.
And
Yes.
we have the great Dr. Kimberly George on
Ooh,
Thursday.
both have been on the show. So there
Yeah.
you guys go. It's going to be
We have a
another
continued
fantastic
conversation because we couldn't fit it into one episode.
freaking clones
So yeah, and then after that it's February.
already with a
Yes.
whole other freaking amazing lineup.
Yes, it is.
Just
Yep.
saying.
Yep.
So thank you everybody who tuned in tonight, and the chat room is just like on fire. My God, I think all 8 of our chat rooms were open, and if we didn't get to somebody, we do apologize. We really do try, but the conversation was amazing, and we did cover a lot of ground. And thank you very much for partaking in our 200th episode.
Yes.
Please remember to head on over to all of our group pages and YouTube pages. On YouTube, you can find the network under UFO Paranormal. You can find International Public Radio. You could find UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials. Give us a subscribe, please. And don't forget about us on the Outer Realm. Come give us some love.
Yeah.
Share it up with your friends. And again, as Amelia mentioned, if you want to communicate with us, please email at theouterrealmcontact@gmail.com. theouterrealmcontact@gmail.com. And we will do our very best to get back to you pretty much ASAP. And aside from that, I hope you guys have a terrific, terrific weekend. And we will see you again next week with new guests, coming up with a new month with even more amazing guests. So thank you all. Good night. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. Glad you can all make it. It's going to be a great show. We are broadcasting live here on the International Public Radio and United Public Radio Network 105.3 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing folks over at Folgers Coffee. Thank you, Folgers. And Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker, for the contribution of his voice and music for our intro and outro. Tonight, we welcome back to the show our friend and guest, Elliot Van Dusen. He's going to be discussing his new book, More Supernatural Encounters from Law Enforcement. He's a whole lot of fun. We just love having Elliot on. And he's going to be coming on, I think, a few minutes late just because he's doing another show. Popular guy. Yes, he is. I know. So, of course, tonight, if you're looking to participate in tonight's show, We are streaming on YouTube, UFO Paranormal Radio, and International Public Radio. We are on Twitch, UFO Paranormal Radio. We are on Facebook under Canada's Most Haunted, The Outer Realm with myself and Amelia. We are on Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover, and UFO Paranormal Radio, and News on the Flip Side. So those are everywhere that you're going to find us this evening. I see the chat is already starting up. Hello, Wayne. Yes, tomorrow is going to be our 200th show. Woohoo! We're quite excited about that.
Hello,
right?
everybody. Yes. Oh
Yep,
my gosh.
yep.
Yeah. What it
Hi.
takes to do 200 shows. That's
I
2
know.
shows a week.
A lot of
I
work.
haven't been there for all 200. Michelle has. But
It's been a long
very
haul, but
exciting.
it's been a fun journey. So
Yeah.
hi, Jeannie. Hi, Tamara. Hi, Axel from Nicaragua. Thank you for
Nice.
joining us. Wow.
Oh,
Love it. So yeah, I know. Isn't this awesome? This is just going to be a whole
I
lot
love
of fun.
it. Oh my
200
gosh. Yeah.
shows.
Yes.
It's been such a journey. This, of course, we'll talk about more tomorrow, but it's really been one heck of a ride, hasn't it? Like,
I feel like we've always been together. So
I know. Centuries.
well, we literally speak to each other every single day, whether it's work or not. But yeah, for me, it feels like yesterday.
Yeah.
And I look back and I'm like, wow, this has come a long way. This is really what it started out to be, and where it is at now is just amazing. And that's, of course, due to Michelle. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. But yeah, it's really hard to believe.
It takes
200
200
sounds. Well,
all of our listeners.
2.5 at one point.
It takes all our listeners, all of our amazing guests. It takes a great network, takes a great producer, takes you and I, of course. It's important, for the interaction with everybody in chat. I think it's really important. And with guests, it's a bit harder. So tomorrow night, it'll be, all about you guys and us having some parlay time, which is always nice.
Yes.
But I'm looking. Oh, hey, Michael. I'm looking forward to seeing, or seeing Elliot and, what he's got going on. He's really super busy all the time. And everybody loves paranormal stories. I find like, oh boy, here we are we're getting it again. We're being solicited again.
Blocked.
We got a block. Why can't I block this? Solicitation block user. Everybody's getting blocked, man. That's it, right? That's it.
That's crazy. But
I know. Out there you go. What do you have? Like 8 listeners? Whatever.
That's Joe.
Joe.
I'm just gonna yell hi to everyone because Michelle said hi to everybody. But
I did.
200 shows.
I know.
Ooh.
And look, we're even being like, we're even being spammed by I don't want to just encourage it, but online strips without clothing.
Oh, is that Joe's?
That's on
is that
Facebook.
Joe's account?
No, that's.
Are you sure it's not Joe sending that?
No, because they're blocked. Joe's keeps going.
No, I'm just a little concerned. It might be Joe.
No,
in those pictures.
I know it. It's just between that and the bots. It's just like one heck of a fun time. I find we've got so many of our friends who are writing books right now, and trying to make some space so we can get everybody back on. I know Richard Estep's got another book. Dan Hammond, who's been on the show, has another book. We are booking like well into the end of April into May right now, and sporadic dates throughout the whole rest of the year. So, people don't mind waiting. We don't mind booking, but it's nice to see. I've had some people message me, when are you going to write a book? Well, I don't have time to write a book. So I'm going to leave it right there.
Barbara Walters waited till she was almost 80. And she said, I haven't finished living yet, so why would I write it? And
it's a lot. And
no, Wayne, you did not write anything bad. Your books are all amazing. You got give Wayne a give him a plug. That's crazy. His books are so amazing, you can't put them down. And there's nothing out there like what he has written. No. Tell everybody about Wayne's books and how they can get them.
Wayne's been on the show before, and he's got a series of books called The Vampire Tales, and it's all historical fiction about vampires, of course, you know. And I have to say, I'm a little prejudiced because I like the prequel, which is book 4, which is my complete favorite. And you know, because I like Templars, I like medieval times, I like you know, and it was all places that I'd already been to.
Yeah, it was hard to put down.
I know. So you know, so it was a lot of fun because as he was writing, I sort of got a lot of the inside scoop, and I was able to say, well, you know, this is what this place looks like, or this is what this place looks like, and this is what you should, you know, consider, and blah, 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 blah. So it was a lot of fun. But yeah. But
it's
book
a great
writing,
book, and it's
not my thing.
It's historically correct.
It is. Oh, it is, because he's like very, very thorough. Okay,
And,
I'm going to send this to
and for those of you who didn't see that show, you can find it in archive, but
audio only, I believe.
Yeah. What you don't know is that Wayne actually sat outside in the middle of winter in Niagara Falls, which is freaking freezing is all I'm going to say. And he actually experienced the cold, so he was able to write, because when you read his book, now I've read the 4th one first because I was told to read that one first.
Well, yeah, the first one was being.
Oh my God, is it ever amazing? And when you just right off from the first paragraph, Wayne just sucks you right in, and he that's perfect timing. He sucks you right into the story, and it has everything in it, and you can feel everything that he is seeing, and you experience it with every word.
Right.
So well written. He just lays it out for you right in front of you. The whole magic, the whole fantasy, the history, everything is just right there. You're breathing it, smelling it, living it. And it's a great,
and as Amelia's talking
series.
about it, we're actually being spammed by like a XXX something or other.
Yeah. And there is a little bit of XXX in there. Not too.
Smut bomb. That's right,
Yes,
Wayne. You were smut bombed.
Yeah.
Right there.
There's no smut in the book.
Oh my
There's
word.
no smut. The book is
no
really
smut. No.
Really good.
But YouTube was just smut bombed right in the process of talking about this.
And
so I've noticed our guest has joined us. Do you want to go with the
Yes. Our guest tonight. I read his book today that he sent us. Yes. Our guest tonight has a degree in criminology. Forgive me because I'm reading it off of here. I don't have my whiteboard. Has a degree in criminology, completed 15 years of service with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Thank you again for your service, sir. The director of Paranormal Phenomena Research and Investigation. He has earned a diploma and a doctorate in parapsychology, and he is the author of the 2 books, Evil in Exeter and Supernatural Encounters, True Paranormal Accounts from Law Enforcement. That's this one right here. Please welcome Elliot Van Dusen to our show. Hello. How are you?
Hello. I
wasn't sure if I'm supposed to call you doctor or not. Last time you said, "Oh, I'm dropping it," and I'm like, "But I had to make sure everybody knows that you have a doctorate because that's important."
Elliot's fine.
That's a degree. I still love that picture behind you.
Elliot's fine. Yes, and now I've got my 2 of my 3 book covers behind me now too.
Nice. So. Yeah, and I've got it right here. I read it today.
Good.
I actually read it today. I started reading yesterday. This
is
the second
third.
Third. I'm missing one of your books in your bio.
That is the so my first book was Evil in Exeter, which was about the haunted house in Exeter, and then I wrote Supernatural Encounters, and then I wrote more Supernatural Encounters.
Okay, it was missing from the bio. Okay, I'll put that in there. Supernatural.
I got it on this.
So great. Yeah.
So, and I'm going to actually go in and put the banner up. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, dun, dun. See, there we go.
How's the weather? I have to ask how's the weather.
It's been all right.
Yeah, ask Michelle how much snow she got.
I've seen it on the news.
Send me pictures. You can't even see her house. I'm like,
there's a snow drift that went over
minutes,
the car. It's like,
and I'm only 45 minutes away, and you can't see her house or her vehicles.
It's terrible. Anyway, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Yes. And what have you been up to? Aside from writing amazing books.
What have I been up to besides
Yeah.
writing? Well, still running paranormal phenomena research investigation.
Right.
We have a few different investigations on the go right now,
Ooh.
which is nice because during COVID it was fairly quiet. But right now we've got 4 on the go. I think right now we've got 1 in New England and then 3 here in Nova Scotia.
Wow.
We're close to getting that database. I think I've talked about it before.
Yes.
Online, my business partner that does web development there, Spencer, he is just in the process of getting the Google Maps integrated to what we need it to do, so that we will be able to post any investigations that we've done, any UFO sightings that we think is interesting. We can add it to there, and then the general public can go to our website, and if they've had an experience, they can upload their experience. We'll have an investigator review it for data integrity purposes, and then basically eventually you'll be able to click your home province, like you can click Ontario or Nova Scotia or New York State, and you'll be able to see kind of what's haunted and things like that. So it'll be kind of cool. It'll be a mix of everything. It'll have UFOs, because there are UFO databases out there that I've seen, but this will
not a lot for Canada though.
No, not a lot for Canada. You're right. It's mostly U.S., but this will be all paranormal. So it'll be UFOs, ghosts, cryptids, vampires, everything. So
whoa, vampires, no less. Wow, I like it.
That's what I really loved about this, is how many Canadian stories.
There was a lot.
It's nice to see, because a lot of people think Canada's not haunted.
I know, we don't have any hauntings
border.
In
They're like, do you have any hauntings? I'm like, oh my gosh, do we ever?
Oh yeah, it's very haunted.
Oh my gosh, it is. This place used to be ridiculous until we cleared it.
I know. I heard Brian Baker always tells me about how haunted it was.
It used to be really. Oh my God! I remember Dan Hammond came over one time. He goes, you want to do a show? We can do it from here, from your place. I said, yeah, sure. Just pop by her, and he's just like, like, I know, that's okay. Don't worry about that.
That's really cool. He just put out a new book.
He did. We were just saying that when we started the show.
And I just got it this week. It came from Amazon, so I'll have to read it.
I know. Have to get him back on to talk about that. We're booking officially, like almost like end of April and beginning of May. So I'm just trying to not go too far in advance, because then you go to do the show to like, I forgot about that. What? Do you mean? What did you just say to me?
Yeah, there's some guests you have to send them an email like a few weeks beforehand, because they travel so much. But I mean, with everything that's been going on the last couple of years, we haven't had that issue because no one's going anywhere. So,
I know.
Yeah, very
so
true.
It's a little weird when they forget. I'm like, what? You're home? What do you mean you forgot?
Yeah, this is a highlight of your life right now, isn't it?
6 months ago. Hello.
No, I'm not offended. It's all right.
Not at all.
I'll keep our few million listeners to ourselves. Don't you worry about it. So, are you allowed to talk about anything you're working on, or?
Paranormal?
Is it cryptid?
No, so like our newest case that just came in, we're going to be investigating it not this weekend but next weekend.
Oh, awesome.
It was the case came in through a friend, actually. I had met this lady once at a kind of a party, but I guess she was over at Sarah's friend's house and was telling her about this building that she had bought. So it was built in the 1800s. She had bought it back in 2018, I think.
Wow.
And she's a travel agent, so of course things are not doing so well in the travel business.
Right.
So she converted her travel office over to an Airbnb, and so she bought it in 2018, and shortly after they bought it, her and her husband were setting up her travel office, and she noticed that there was like muddy footprints that would just appear kind of in the middle of the living room and walk towards the window, the big picture window in the living room that was looking outside. So at first she didn't think anything of it. She thought maybe it was her or her husband, because the basement's unfinished, so it's really dirty. So if you go down there, you're going to track dirt up. And they were also up storing stuff in the attic. So first she didn't think anything of it, but then once her office was set up, she would come in and open her business for the day, and these muddy footprints would be there. And so she'd have to clean them up. So she eventually moved a couch in front of the window and like a table with her travel brochures on it. And then another time she came in and all her travel brochures were turned upside down. So she thought, maybe her kids had done it. But she was working on her computer one day and saw something out of the corner of her eye. And when she looked up, she saw what she described as like a shadowy type apparition that was wearing period or century clothing, walking down her hallway. And then just recently, after an Airbnb guest had checked out, she went into her place and cleaned it up, realized that she needed some more, not toilet paper, paper towel. And she said, okay, so I'll go to the store and get it. So she went to the store, bought some. 2 days later, came back before her next guests were coming, and the muddy footprints were back. But this time, instead of it being in the front window, it was in the back kitchen area towards the back door. So she was telling Sarah's friend about this, and she said, oh, you should contact Elliot, and he runs like a group that investigates and things like that. So spoke to her, and she blocked off next weekend for me and another investigator to go down. So we're going to take down all the gear and see what we can figure out.
Well, that's interesting when you say shadow people, dressed in period clothing, because a lot of times you just see them. Here where they've been here, they're kind of wispy. We even had a white shadow one time, which was strange. But what's your take on shadow beings? Some people think they're extraterrestrial. Some people think they're time travelers. Some think they're nothing but evil. Other people think they're people.
Well, this one is really interesting because, like you said, normally when somebody reports something out of the corner of their eye or a shadow, it's just like a black figure. But she was able to tell that this was a female, and that they were wearing like older style, kind of century attires, basically how it was explained to us. So that's kind of unique. I've never had that, black figure with that kind of description before.
Yeah. How do you even get a description when you're just sort of all black?
And usually black is not necessarily a good thing. I mean, normally it's associated to things that are not we're all wearing black right now.
My head is black. I'm just like
what?
I know, but I know it's true. We're all wearing black, but I mean, normally in the paranormal, black figures are not generally a good thing. So
it's true. Yeah, that's why I had to ask.
But she didn't feel like any negative energy there. She has felt cold spots. Her daughter's felt cold and hot spots there. And they have a tenant that lives upstairs in the house. It's kind of blocked off from the Airbnb or the office, but the tenant has never made any complaints or anything like that to her that anything unusual's happened. And it would be kind of hard, even if she, like, say, heard furniture moving or things like that, because it's an Airbnb. People are coming and going from there all the time. So the lady upstairs may have even heard something, but might not be able to link it to anything. We will talk to the homeowner and see if we can just interview her just to find out. But if she doesn't want us to spook her, then we won't. Obviously, we take the confidentiality part of things really really serious. So well, that important. Way people trust you too, right? And
I've never posted anything like that unless it was a public place that wanted to be promoted, just because of the type of hauntings that I worked in. I mean, when you're dealing with malevolent things, as you know, it's really personal. People get really traumatized, and they don't necessarily always want all those details out there.
No, they don't even tell their families. A lot of them, that's a difficult thing.
Definitely, yeah,
it can be. So primarily, what do you guys what have you been coming across? Has it just been pretty malevolent stuff? Is it pretty? I mean, because I know it's hard in parapsychology. It's like that whole science mind thing.
We've had we've had I wouldn't call it a trend because we only had like 2 cases, but I know last year we had 2 cases of people complaining that there was something keeping them awake. One was a lady from Ontario. That claimed she had been sexually assaulted by a ghost several years ago. But now the entity was like keeping her awake at night. She was having very like a lot of difficulty even functioning at her job. And so she reached out to us, and we had to improvise because Ontario's outside our area. We do Atlantic Canada, we do the New England states because we have a team down there and a team here. But because it was COVID, it was slow, and she seemed desperate for help. We decided to help her, so we had to think outside the box here. And so what we did is we ended up with PPRI. I have a subscription to Zoom, so what we would do is every night we would send a Zoom link to her, and she had an iPad, and she would set the iPad up, and we would record her.
Great idea.
I was just going to say that's brilliant.
Yeah,
and then she must have felt better knowing that you were watching.
Well,
right?
that's the thing. So for 3 nights we filmed her, and there was nothing. You could tell she was like kind of tossing and turning in bed, but she didn't report anything. She didn't. She said normally there's a sensation of somebody like sitting on the bed or whatever. But those 3 nights she had nothing. So we kind of went back to the drawing board, and I talked to my business partner there, Spencer, and he said, well, let's do 3 more nights. She's claiming this happens quite frequently. So what's the chances that nothing happens 6 nights out of 30 days? So we did another 3 days, and again, nothing. And the problem just kind of resolved on its own. It's almost like you guys said, like the feeling that she knows somebody's watching her, and kind of like protection kind of feel.
Mindset.
She hasn't had anything else happen. There was one point, so when we did the 3 nights, there was a bit of a break, and she reported for like a week everything was fine, but then things started to happen again. So then that's when we did the other 3 nights. But since then, what is it now? Mid-January. So this was beginning of November. I touched base with her and said, like, I'll keep your file open until end of November. I'll touch base with you in 30 days. And I touched base with her in 30 days, and everything's been fine. And then she said, if something happens again, can I contact you guys? I said, absolutely. And I haven't heard from her since. So it's almost like that situation kind of resolved itself.
So like it's a mindset thing. Do you think maybe she was throwing energy?
Could have been, or it could have been the anxiety. Like if she was attacked in her sleep from before, you would have great anxiety going to sleep.
Which brings us to this question here. Amelia, do you want to take
Yes, Chris asked, do you think the heightened stress people are under is causing more paranormal issues?
Just for those who aren't watching and are just listening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that it can, for sure, yeah. No, I mean, stress has been linked to RSPK, or recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, in poltergeist cases. So I definitely think that, this that could have been something that was happening. I mean, we didn't. I had to watch the video, the mundane video of her sleeping for 6-7 hours, but there was nothing unusual in the video or anything like that. Even one night, she said, I think maybe the iPad might have moved a little bit, like from her recollection. But when I watched the video, nothing happened. So and then she's been fine ever since. So that's great.
Yeah, it's difficult times, I think, when you have people who are not just stressed, but, anxiety, depression. I mean, let's face it, people are being cooped up. People are, I think, at the end of their rope, or they're scared, or there's all kinds of things, mixed emotions going on right now all over the world. I mean, the amount of people who contact us is just mind-blowing. So it's, not always like that. So the last 2 years have been really, really funny, so it is really difficult, because it's not easy to say to somebody you're projecting energy. It is psychokinesis. You have to try to be delicate. I'll usually send a link and say, do you see anything in here that's a little familiar? Maybe, it's delicate. It's easier for them to accept that there's something malevolent going on in their house than it is for them to think that they're powerful enough to project that kind of energy.
Yeah, and I've had cases like that where you've suggested the RSPK theory, and it doesn't go over well. But I actually did suggest that to her, and I actually sent her some information on a case that Lloyd Auerbach had investigated. It was called the Choking Ghost case, but it was basically a lady, former police officer, retired. She had been sexually abused growing up by her dad, and she was undergoing some trauma therapy at the time. And she was divorced in a 1-bedroom apartment, living with her mother. Her son came to visit her, teenage son, and there was no space for him to sleep, so they shared a bed together. And that kind of brought on like this unresolved trauma that she was dealing with, which started causing some poltergeist activity. She was at a work party, and some people actually saw fingerprint impressions start on her neck, and she was being choked.
Wow.
And Lloyd Auerbach, the parapsychologist that investigated, had witnessed that as well when they were interviewing her. So, certainly high levels of stress like that can cause some unusual phenomena as well. We talked about, I just talked about this actually this week because I'm taking a course by Karen O'Keefe over in the UK, taking his poltergeist case, because in the UK they have a bit of a different belief on poltergeists over there compared to us. So over here in North America, a lot of parapsychologists believe it's RSPK, or that there's a living agent or person causing that activity to happen. Whereas in the UK, it's a mix. Some people subscribe to RSPK, but other people think that it's a discarnate entity or a ghost that's doing it. And so I talked to him. I said, I wonder what kind of stress somebody would have to be under to have it manifest like that, like a poltergeist. Because I said, for example, I said, my fiance is a human resource person right now, dealing with, she works for the school board. And so the teachers are really stressed out right now because it's going from classroom and online learning back to classroom.
Wow. Yes.
And so, it's causing a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety. So she's on the disability management kind of team. And I said, she's really stressed out right now. And I said, 2 days out of the week she works at home. So I let her use my office, which has haunted objects in it. And I said, she's extremely stressed out. And I said, nothing's going on here. So it just kind of, as a parapsychologist, kind of blows your mind to think about what kind of stress someone has to be under for it to manifest in that way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're just, before we get too behind, we're going to put up some comments and some questions for you. Amelia, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Part one of hi, Chris, Bob.
That one
I do think that.
No, this is the second one. My bad. Sorry.
It's okay. His second part to the question: do you feel spirits are more attracted to certain people?
And then he says, if so, or if yes, why?
If yes, why?
Yeah. I do think that, and I only think that because I have some personal experience with that. But in the case from Exeter, the girl that was involved there reported that ever since she was a little girl, she had spirits around her, and everywhere she'd go, there'd be haunting activity happening. And what she learned later on throughout life is that she was very intuitive when I knew her, but they almost thought that she was she probably could have been a medium if she was able to hone in her skills. And what she was told is that the reason why all these spirits keep coming to her and her homes are haunted and things are happening is the spirits are trying to get attention to her because they pick up her energy and they think that she is one of those people that can help or that they can communicate with. And that's why she always had haunting activity around her everywhere she went. So I do think that the answer to that question is yes.
And he agrees.
Thank you,
okay, next, you ready?
Sherry. Hi, Sherry Berry.
Attacks can come from associated people with attachments, and those people
Elliot.
are in denial. Staying calm, ignoring, and not engaging is important. Yep, no, that's true.
Okay.
I find a lot of people in, especially like more when you're looking at the dynamic side of things, I find a lot of people try and fixate on what's going on, and that's one of the things that we try and tell them is, you can't be thinking about it all the time. You have to, because if you're thinking negatively and attracting negative energy, you're going to bring negative energy.
Well, it's a law of attraction.
Understand that because we do that, but I also understand how they feel because they're so scared. So it's constantly playing in your mind, and it doesn't fail how many times you say them, please don't communicate, don't
acknowledgement
don't record,
is empowerment.
don't acknowledge it. And you'll hear and then they'll say to you, I told it to go away, and I'm like, oh, no. So you try to explain that you can't acknowledge it at all. Just go about but it's hard. I get it. It's scary. I've been there, so I know.
Yeah, and then it's determining what you're really dealing with. There is, I'm sure you'll agree, Elliot, there's a really fine line between what, Christians have us, embedded into us from the time that many of us have been children, angels, demons, all that stuff, was realistically, are we really actually dealing with extraterrestrials? Because Lord only knows, we've seen all kinds of them, and it's easy to misinterpret. It really is. So,
look who's awake.
Hamilton, what are you doing awake? It's 5 freaking a.m.
out in England. Hi, Hamilton. I'm on the zombie shift tonight. Just wondered if you could recommend any particular brand of coffee product.
Yes, Hamilton. We've been over this several times. It's Folgers. You know this. You've been on the show a million times. Folgers. Sound it out. You have a cup coming your way. Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
If you keep that up, it's going to come flying at you.
That's awesome. Sarah and I still drink. I told you last time I was on the show, we drink. That's what we drink is Folgers, and we have it every morning.
There we go. See, Folgers. There we go.
If you want a really, really amazing dessert to do with their instant roast, you can mix it with really, really cold water and sugar, and you beat it, and it comes out like a cream. So it's like a coffee dessert. Yes.
Oh, see,
you have to use the instant one.
More Folgers fun.
Yeah.
All right, here's one. Oh, hey, Dawn. Thank you for tuning in. Hamilton, I'll be back to you in a minute. So this is going back to talking about where you had the Zoom and you were checking in on her. I think that's what Dawn is making reference to.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense for sure. Because if we believe that's a discarnate entity, then they have some sort of intelligence to them. And when they want to be known, they'll make themselves known, and when they don't want to be known, they'll go into hiding. Certainly the house in Exeter that I was in, it was extremely haunted. There was a lot of activity that would always happen, but there were periods where it would go through a lull. It would there'd be like 2 weeks and there wouldn't be anything. And I don't know if that's because they need to kind of recharge their spiritual batteries, for a lack of better words, or if they had their fun and they're laying low for a while. There's still lots of things that we don't understand about human consciousness once it moves on from our clinical bodies here.
Well, if they don't want you there too, I find they'll go really quiet, thinking, well, if we don't do anything, maybe they'll just leave and not come back.
Yeah, or in my book, Amelia probably read the story there today, but there was the police officer that kept getting the calls from the abandoned house.
Yes.
And when he would walk up to the house, you would get that feeling like you didn't belong there. And he ended up meeting a psychic or a medium on Reddit that was very accurate. She he never told her where the location was. But she knew there was a corner store nearby, and she knew like the layout of the house and like things like that really impressed the police officer. And she was able to gain that basically there was a spirit there that didn't want anyone to come there. So he would give that feeling that you weren't welcome there. But then there was another entity in the basement apparently that was making these 911 static phone calls. And he thought it was kind of funny. He was kind of like a prankster or a jokester. So,
maybe tell the audience, because they'll probably saying static phone calls. And I'm so glad you addressed this in the book, that you have to respond as law enforcement.
Yeah. So, and I just discussed this actually earlier this evening. So in Canada, when there's a 911 call, the police have what's called common law authority to go in and search the house without a warrant. And that's because there's been cases where people have made it to the phone, called 911, and then they die, or 911 calls have been made from the home and there's somebody being held captive and the police, weren't able to get in there. So anytime there's a 911 call, the police have the authority to go in and search to make sure everybody's safe and sound. And sometimes, though, during bad weather and things like that, you can get what we call static 911 calls. So that's when a 911 call comes into a dispatcher and all they can hear on the other end of the phone is like crackling or static. And that's what was happening in this one house that this police officer was telling me about. They would constantly get these 911 static calls, but there was no phone. Actually, there was a phone in the house. He sent a picture of it. I think it's in the book. But it was like in a pile of junk, disconnected. Sitting on the floor. So there was a phone in the house, but it had no power to it, no phone line to it. It's really creepy.
Very much for sending this book. You are so kind. I really enjoyed it, and I don't want to give away all the stories because I think people need to
get the book.
Get the book.
You need to list. You need to read them in the dark. That's what I hear. Everyone.
Oh, you know what I love about it is you can go back to it because there's so many cases. But the one that I loved, that I found like the shivery one down my spine, was the funeral home.
Yes. I just
funeral homes are always fun.
I know, but this one. This story is unbelievable. I'm reading it, going, what? There's not even a phone.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, but a call was made from there. I know it's just crazy. No, I saw Chris beside
the body.
Yes. Yeah, right next to where the phone jack was.
Beside the corpse.
And most phone calls from the dead happen fairly recently as well, right? So if a body's being prepared for a funeral, it's usually been anywhere from 24 to 72 hours later, because they have to embalm the body and things like that. So it's really interesting.
I've had them as much as 2 weeks after. I've had some that just called me for a straight year. Was growling or hissing or calling me unsavory things.
Oh, but were those people though?
And I'm sitting here laughing. So.
Oh,
Hamilton.
Don't read that out loud, Elliot. Don't read that out loud.
We're talking about a specific beer beverage when someone was on. And I made the comment that you're reading. So I said, you need to drink. And I recommended something else. And he sent me a picture, said, this is not the, I went, there we go. So that's what
so if you're listening and you're not watching, sorry, we can't read that
not everybody has that stuff on air, Hamilton. I got told off. Yes, you did. Don't ever go for the American stuff. We love it, the American, but no.
We love you Americans. We just don't like your beer. So, yeah. You guys are great.
What he's making reference to.
There's a reason why Buffalo, they cross over to Canada to buy beer.
It's true. It's true. We do have some good stuff. I did, however, recommend a Belgian one.
Because we won't go there because they don't pay for our airtime either. But
that's what I mean. So. A certain somebody gets on it and flashes it around. It's like face palm. So, oh my gosh. So I think the phone calls are very interesting, and I do think it would muster up a whole lot of energy to do it. Have you ever gotten calls? Because again, I think it's happened to me one time from a phone number that just doesn't exist.
No, I can't say I've had anything unusual. I mean, especially in today's technology, I know spammers can clone phone numbers. There was a scam going around here in Nova Scotia where the scammers had cloned an RCMP detachment phone number.
Wow.
Scamming people out of money and things like that. So I guess in today's world, you have to be careful with stuff like that. But I do know that I had a friend tell me a story that one of their friends had passed away, and all of a sudden they were talking about her, and next thing you know, he looks at his phone and his phone is lit up, and it had dialed her phone number like in his phone. So I don't know if like maybe Siri or one of those artificial intelligence had kicked in and kind of heard the name and then tried to dial it. But he was very spooked because they were talking about her like in good taste, like, saying that they missed her and it's unfortunate she passed away and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden his phone had tried calling her on its own.
Right.
So
it's creepy enough when you're discussing something and all of a sudden these ads pop up all over your social media to buy it here. But I can't imagine having that conversation of a loved one or a friend that had passed, and then that's terrible. That's Don McDonald is asking, what do you think of remote viewing and remote clearings?
I like remote viewing. I think it's very fascinating. We did an exercise in one of the courses I took from the Ryan Education Center where Lloyd Auerbach set up a date and a time of when we were to do this remote viewing session. And then we had to write down anything that came to mind or visualized or anything like that. And it was interesting. I was completely way off. but I also don't feel that I'm like the most sensitive person. So, but what was interesting though is that a few of my classmates and I had like almost the same description. Like I had seen like a bridge, I had seen water, I had seen a bench, and some of the other students had also picked that up. So it was really interesting that you had, let's say 10 candidates and instructor all doing the same thing at the same time, and then some of us actually picked up on the same visualizations, which was really cool. With remote clearing, I mean, the study by J.B. Ryan in 1936 showed that ESP is not limited by distance. Right. And so, for example, if you have a legitimate medium in California that you want to talk to, but you don't have the money to fly out to meet her, that's why there's no issues to do it over the phone. If I'm in Nova Scotia, she's in California. If she's legitimately got that talent, then distance shouldn't affect that. And the thing about clearing though that you got to remember is there's certain people that can move people forward, into the light or whatever happens in that physical realm. But it's one thing that you cannot guarantee. And I know Amelia. I know, Amelia, you're a medium, but like we're told as an investigator to never guarantee a client that you can get rid of their ghost, because if it's a discarnate entity that has lived in that home their whole life and they love that place and they don't want to move on, they're probably not going to move on. It's the same as like the Alexander Keith's brewery here in Halifax. It's known to be haunted. Alexander Keith loved his brewery. He loved it so much he built a tunnel from his brewery to his home 2 blocks away. Right. And the staff there still see him walking the halls of his brewery, checking up on the work that's being done there. So, I mean, somebody like me or is going to come in and tell him to leave. Like, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, what do you think the rights are? I can't hear you.
Sorry.
What do you think that anyone has the right to send off a human spirit that just wants to be there? I always say, it's good to try to send them off, because then they can come back without all the earthly hangups if they're not stuck. If they've been moved on before and just come back, I mean, they don't have all that, all the earthly hangups that they've had before.
Yeah, it's like if they want to stay there, I think that they're going to stay there. I don't know, like there are people that are lost. I've heard stories like from mediums that have said that there's somebody that's lost, or especially finding sudden deaths. It happens so quickly that some people might not even realize that they're dead until things start kind of making sense to them. But I don't know. It's interesting because I don't think you can really force somebody to move on. You can suggest to them, or if they want help to move on, but somebody that's adamant that they're not going, I don't think that we can
stand their ground.
Sometimes it takes more than one conversation with them, and once they feel that, with human spirits anyways, once they feel and know that they are able to come back and visit their loved ones and see what's going on in their lives, and they're reassured and they feel confident in that, just like us speaking to a person who is physically here. Yep. They do choose to ascend and then come back, but with negative entities, it's a little different. It's not always. Yeah.
And I've actually had a conversation with Kieran O'Keefe about this when I took his possession exorcism course, because he spends a lot of time studying what he calls religious parapsychology, which is basically exorcisms and possessions and things like that. And I talked to him. I said, it's my understanding that if a father is going to do an exorcism, he has to be absolved of any sins that he's committed, so that the demons can't use that against him. And he said, I've talked to lots of exorcists, and that's what they told me as well. And I said, okay, so you're also a parapsychologist though. So
that's the tough one.
So I said, thinking from a scientific perspective about ESP, extrasensory perception, and telepathy, I said the father, even though he's been absolved by the church for his sin, it's still in his mind and it's still in his cognition. And so if a demon is able to access your thoughts and your mind what is it that prevents them just from being absolved by another priest during the absolution process of the church, makes it so that that spirit cannot access that information. And he kind of paused for a minute, because you could see the wheels turning in his head from the scientific perspective. But the best answer that he could give was that possibly from a religious perspective, when you're dealing with a religious entity such as a demon, that there's different physical rules that we don't know about, or different kind of science behind that. And I mean, you can't argue that either way, because it's still a lot of things that we don't know. And
there's a lot that we don't understand,
But I did think it was interesting, though, because, like I said, if the priest, stole something, he knows that he stole something, and he knows that he went to confession and was absolved by it. So how does that, just by him being
I think any interdimensional or extraterrestrial, interdimensional, multidimensional beings, I think they could all look beyond that. I think we have to look at religion as a man-made thing. So if the person, maybe that the priest is assisting, or if the priest himself truly believes it, I think it becomes a mindset thing. And I think then any entity would.
I just find it so fascinating that, because what should happen is that if the priest did do something and was absolved for it, then he should be at peace for it, because he's brought it to the church's attention. They forgive him for it. So if the demon brings that up and says, "Hey, you stole steak from Sobeys, and you're a filthy thief," he should just say, "Yeah, I did steal something, but it doesn't bother me." You know what I mean? He's made his peace with it, and he's owned up to it. Yeah, so it shouldn't be something that totally derails the exorcism.
No,
I agree with that to a degree. If you're okay and at peace with it, of course they can't get to you.
Because the whole thought behind that is that they'll bring up stuff to discredit you and throw off the exorcism. So
I remember the first investigation that Michelle took me on. I won't talk about where or who, of course, but I remember her saying to me before we went in, "Now be careful, because if there is something here, I'm just warning you that they will throw things out there about your past." And it doesn't matter what. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Don't worry.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, fine. If you don't want it out there, man.
Yeah. I'm like, no, I'm good.
Like you say, don't think about it. It's like, no, whatever.
Anything that crosses your mind will come out if you have that fear.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the scene with Ray when he thinks about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
That's right. I want me one of those. Okay, Sherry. So
Sherry's asking, thank you. Do you feel that with the onset of cell phones, Wi-Fi, etc., that spirits, demonics, etc., ET, sorry, I'm saying etc., ET, sorry, glasses, Sherry, forgive me, have an easier time of coming into the physical dimension? Seems like it is a paranormal pandemic unfolding. I love the way you wrote that, Sherry.
That's certainly interesting. I mean, technology has certainly changed the way that we investigate. I know that there's certain tools that have become helpful. For example, we know carbon monoxide can cause people to experience haunting characteristics. So last year I purchased a gas detector for our organization to bring with us on investigations.
I've always used
that's smart.
Detectors.
Because there was two cases. There was one in the 1920s or 30s where a family was experiencing a haunting, and they found out that the furnace was giving off excessive amounts of carbon monoxide. Once they had it fixed, the haunting disappeared. And then recently, I say recently, but in 2005, there was a lady taking a shower, and an apparition appeared before in the shower. So she got freaked out, obviously, called paranormal investigators, and they found out that she just had a hot water tank recently installed that was improperly installed, giving off excessive amounts of carbon monoxide. Once they had that fixed, she never saw an apparition again. So,
no, it's true. It's true. People have to think about that.
I'm sure with with all the new technology, different things can occur for sure. Like I said, I know it's making
radio waves, extra, all these waves going through. That's gotta
all
amp things
kinds.
up a little bit.
I know technology is making our job more difficult. So when somebody sends us a photo or a video now, it's extremely difficult.
You have to question everything.
Before I retire from the RCMP, even the police were having trouble determining what's real, what's fake. And,
wow.
It's really difficult,
the
isn't
digital
it?
technology.
Yeah.
And we're just starting to see these what are they called? The fake, the deep fake technology coming out with the deep fake apps. Like there's a video of Tom Cruise going around where it's not actually Tom Cruise.
No,
all they
on
need is
an airplane.
they need is like a few seconds of your voice and then a few seconds of audio or video.
It looks and sounds just like him.
That's frightening.
It is. It's him on an airplane, and you have to know. For those of you who watch this video, and if you're going to say with that, no, there's no way that was faked. It was faked. First of all, the time that we are in right now, no one on that airplane has a damn mask on, and you know that is the law right now. So you have to look at it a little bit logically and know that if we can have all these CGIs in Hollywood, imagine what you can do at home. Okay, that video is very difficult. You would have to take it apart in a computer program. I couldn't believe how much it looked and sounded like him. I'm like, wait, is he doing this as a punk? And then I went, no, hold on a second, no masks.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they do have some apps now where you can like superimpose your face on like movie stars or whatnot. But the technology is getting better and better, and I wouldn't be surprised if the deep fake technology that we are seeing out there is available on a phone app in the near future. I do know the governments are concerned about it because you could take a clip of Biden slamming the president of China, and next thing you know, you got a war going on.
That's true.
You would think the president of China would know about all of that. But anyways, I do agree with you. Don is asking, what do you think of using dimensional being guides to help battle entities?
That would be more of a question for Amelia, but
no, it's yours. It's yours.
I mean, I don't have any experience with that personally. I've never been able to communicate with a spirit or talk to a spirit guide or anything like that. But from my understanding of talking with mediums, like that they have spirit guides and that the spirit guides help them, not just give them information, but help them spiritually. So, I mean, Amelia, correct me if you're wrong, but I would assume that if you were there to try and battle like a dynamic entity, that your spirit guide would somehow be able to help you out.
That her name's Michelle. We work together. Of course you can. Well, I agree that most mediums do use guides, and there's a lot of people rely on angels or archangels, and they're interdimensional beings. So yeah. Definitely.
I've never used any of that before for getting rid of anything.
I haven't either, but I also
got something more in the last few years.
I don't have the skill set for that, but I have for the Exeter case. I did bring in a medium because the family's priest that did deliverance work wasn't available. And she was able to get rid of the entity, but very limited experience in that, just because I'm not.
I think a lot of Catholic priests have limited experience in that as well. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, I say I truly believe in just teaching people about mindset and control and working through problems that they may be experiencing in life, and just allowing them to take control. I've seen people clear their own places just by changing everything up here. It's just a much longer process because it's hard for somebody who feels that they've been living like a hostage, for example, to just all of a sudden say, hey, I'm the boss now. Like it is really difficult. It takes a lot of work and a lot of perseverance.
You have. Yes. Hi, Thomas. Thomas is a dear friend. Hello, I respect the humility of Elliot, an expert without ego, refreshing and truly believable.
It is very nice.
Get that book written, Thomas, so we can have you on. That's right. Wayne, hi, Wayne. devil's advocate here, but could the spirit vision actually have been real to warn her about the water heater malfunction? Because it would be weird that the fumes would only be in the bathroom. He's got a point.
Yeah, so there's second half to that.
Once the water heater was repaired, there was no need to have the spirit make contact anymore. That's a good point.
Yeah, no, that is really great, and I don't have access to the case file. I'm not even sure what organization investigated it, but that would be interesting to have been involved in that. Yeah, no, I mean that could have been a warning for sure. I mean, a lot of times people report that spirits have appeared before them to give them some type of warning.
Yeah, but I do agree. I've used carbon monoxide detectors for as long as I can remember from their primitive stages. I'm sure they're not, a little bit more elaborate now, but it is true. You people don't realize you can hallucinate, see and hear all kinds of things.
Yeah, and for example, like the EMF readers, the electromagnetic field radiation detectors. I've used them in it was a legitimate haunted house. We had pennies materialize, and one of my investigators saw an apparition. But there was also, we found unshielded wires in the home because the home was built in the 1800s. So I mean so we told
I was just going to say that.
So we told the family, because they might want to get that fixed because it could catch fire and something serious could happen. But, sometimes the tools help us detect other things. There was another haunted house. It didn't have anything to do with what they were seeing, but I did detect they had two older clocks that they kept in their bedroom, and they were giving off excessive amounts of EMF, like higher than what the FDA recommends is safe. So I just kind of let them know, because they had some newer digital ones that were really nice looking, and those things were shielded very well. They weren't hitting on the I used the GQ EMF 390. It's more expensive. I did just see one on Amazon tonight for 181. I think I paid 300 for it, but it's all digital. It actually, there's no more going around with your notebook writing each room you're in and what the readings were, because it tracks it all on the
nice.
It's got a 10 gigabyte hard. It's got a 10 gigabyte hard drive. You can upload the data to your computer later, and it actually tries to tell you what the signal is, so it can detect Wi-Fi, cellular, and electrical. So
wow, that's excellent.
But I just kind of let the homeowners know, you might want to replace those clocks, just because they are giving off,
because they sleep beside that. Can you imagine?
Well, and my colleague Dara Walsh had a case where somebody was only experiencing haunting stuff in the bedroom when they were in bed, and it turned out it was the alarm clock that was just giving off, too much electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah. So there's a lot of logic out there that needs to be explored. I think there's a lot of really great researchers out there who bear that in mind. And then there's just a lot who are those thrill seekers, and there's a lot of little things, I think, that people don't think about it. Like, I'll be honest, I wouldn't think of a clock radio unless your EMF detector is right on top of it. I would not off the top of my head think that it could give off that much EMF. To cause
microwaves too.
Microwaves are bad. I've stood in front of it with an EMF reader, and once it's running, it gives out a lot. That's why they tell you not to stand in front of it.
Stand in front of it. Mine, I call it a popcorn maker, because that's all we use it for. I'm old school. I reheat on the stove. I'm really old school. Yeah, I don't like too much involved in my. I'd like to eat as clean as possible.
Glowing in the dark.
Yeah. So it's bad enough I'm glowing from my wine.
I know.
Michelle keeps saying, you keep drinking that stuff from California, you're going to turn neon green. I'm like, yeah.
I know. It's all field injected, man. So we're talking about hauntings, but supernatural can fall under many different labels. What are you investigating? Any cryptids? Or the whole vampire thing is intriguing. But what is anything fun happening out there in Nova Scotia other than the UFOs? Because Chris has filled us in on a lot of UFO stuff.
Yeah, no.
For those who are wondering,
we haven't had any complaints of cryptids. There have been some creatures reported here. We have been told that there's like a black panther or a black cat that's seen in the Beaverbank area.
Yes.
There has been like a Bigfoot creature reported here before by a few different people. But nothing really crazy.
But the black cat thing is still, could people get kind of leery like about that? And, Joe was telling us about some of those in, New Orleans. We have had sightings up here in the Niagara region where our Ministry of Natural Resources actually went out looking for them and posted a big article about it. And now to hear that there's one out in, like, the sightings out in Nova Scotia, here I could say, wow, there's been zoos.
Well, for the longest time, our Natural Resources Department basically denied that there was bobcats out here in Nova Scotia. But there's been lots of trail cams now. That's the nice thing about technology.
Yeah.
In fact, there was one in our subdivision because the person had the camera in their backyard, and their backyard was fenced, but their dog was going nuts. And when they checked the camera, that's what it was. A bobcat had come up to the fence, and the dog seen it. And then when the dog started barking, it took away. It kind of ran away. So now they don't deny it, but they're kind of, there's certain, every once in a while you get a report of a strange creature, and
it's crazy out there because where you guys are located, you're sort of surrounded by, there's a lot of history up there.
There is, and I always tell people, like, I just read an article this week saying that they found a bunch of pockets of fish underneath the ice in Antarctica that they didn't know was there. But if you go to Google and type in like new creature found or whatever, and go to the news section, like, we're finding new species. I wouldn't say every day, but like every year there's new species of something,
which is great.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of things here on Earth that we don't.
Antarctica's the next big one, I think, isn't it? Just lots of ancient civilizations, UFO base. There's all kinds of stuff coming up, but it is interesting because they did find a freshwater lake underneath. So if you have fresh water, like there's a lake under there. Who the heck knew?
Yeah, I find that stuff fascinating, like the zoology, and like there's even a shark. There's a certain shark that can live in both freshwater and saltwater, and it can somehow like travel through like rivers and things like that. So
down the St. Lawrence.
I mean, there's all kinds of different things out there. So for somebody to, to say like a Bigfoot, to me, I would assume that it's some sort of, and I know there's different beliefs, and some people believe they're connected to UFOs and things like that. But I mean, I would assume it's some sort of almost like a humanoid, between a humanoid and a ape kind of creature, that we just don't know.
There's a lot of dense forest. There's a lot of cave systems. There's places all over the world that have never been explored, never been touched, but there is that theory too that they could be extraterrestrial, or there's a theory that we're like a zoo planet and things just keep getting, have been dropped off here for like millions of years.
Yeah. Well, there's an article I just recently read, but it was from a Harvard professor that had a theory that aliens created us, and it's almost like in Men in Black at the end where the cat's got the galaxy on his collar.
Right.
And so he has this like wild theory that like basically these extraterrestrial beings created our universe, and like we're kind of being watched in a lab
from the moon.
Yeah, it's wild. Like I was reading it, and I'm just like, wow, like that's a pretty wild theory.
Hamilton,
I'm amazed you're still awake, Hamilton.
I know.
It's just seriously.
It's gotta be 6 a.m.
It's 5 hours. It's 5 hours ahead.
I know.
From us.
Hamilton is a dear friend. Oh, look, we're being like smut spammed again.
He brought that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Hamilton. Hamilton and Carl Cookson are from the Lost Relic Hunters. That TV show that's on. Yeah. So I keep trying to block this one, but
keep
giving me now. I think they're outwitting me.
They're really fast.
I know. I okay. Well, I'm just going to assume that it's gone, but actually, I've removed them about 4 times. The brain is too alert to turn off. Well, it sounds to me like you're either into too much of the questionable sauce that we were speaking of earlier,
That should put you to sleep.
Or you've got something amazing going on that you need to tell us about. So,
I love his artwork. He paints and puts it on Facebook. You guys are free tomorrow, as of tomorrow, from what I heard. So, that should help you. Yep.
Apparently, the UK Prime Minister basically said, "No more COVID. We're going back to normal." Woo!
Wow.
Don't you find it funny that it's exactly? I'm going to ask a cop's mind. It's exactly a week after he was nailed for having parties during lockdown.
Oh no, I read that article today, and that's exactly what I think he's doing.
Right?
Trying to take the heat off him because
he has to.
I know there's people trying to get him to resign.
Then you guys will be locked down again in 4 weeks. Holy mother of God!
It's happening. It's happening. Hang on.
Wow.
Oh my word.
That's annoying. Hey Dave, he's here.
Hey Dave. Oh my God.
Tomorrow is the first day of Aquarius. That's what's going on. That's why you're awake, Hamilton, because it's already tomorrow there. It's already tomorrow there. So it's like, that's what's going on, dear.
So, okay. So UFOs. What do you have going on UFOs? Because I know you and Chris just did an interview recently.
Yeah, we talked about some historical stuff. I haven't had any recent stuff with UFOs, but we were just talking about how the RCMP used to investigate UFO sightings, and that in Canada we're very lucky because we can access those files through the National Archives. It's file number RG18, and it's got all kinds of UFO sightings from the RCMP. And how I found out about it was I was going to St. Mary's University doing my criminology degree, and I met Chris for a coffee one day downtown Halifax, and he was telling me about these UFO files that are kept at St. Mary's University, because the RCMP used to send one of the professors all the reports because he had a PhD in astronomy, and so they would get him to kind of like do like a side desk kind of investigation and report, his findings in it. So he said, where I'm a student, I should have access to it. So I went back to the library, asked to see the Burke Gaffney files, because that was the name of the father that was priest and professor back then. And I think I collected about over 200 pages of UFO reports from the RCMP. And so I gave a copy to Chris, but it was really cool. Like there was a lot of people would report a UFO sighting. The police would go, sometimes multiple police officers. They all witnessed it. They'd write it down. They'd have to notify the Department of National Defense before they go off shift. If you did not notify them, there were some notes in there because some people, they're probably tired after a 12-hour shift and said, I'm just going to go home and catch some sleep and I'll come in early and I'll finish this report. Well, they got lambasted when they came back to work because policy was that you had to notify DND right away of these events. They don't, the RCMP doesn't investigate them as much anymore. Obviously, if somebody calls 911 and reports a UFO sighting, they have to respond to it. But it's not like before where they actually had policy and things like that. So that's kind of what Chris and I were talking about, reminiscing about the old files, because he's found some really interesting UFO cases. I know I listened to the show that you guys did with him, and he talked about
he's been a couple times. He's fun.
Yeah, and he talked about the Lower Sackville UFO sighting, where one family, experienced a loud, noisy, crazy disturbance, and then the family next door just saw lights in the sky and didn't hear anything else. Right?
It's funny how some people can. Like you have two people side by side that are the same event is occurring, but yet not everyone is seeing it. Joe's theory on that is people who've never had experiences with ET won't see them. They're not meant to see them. Entire cities will have, there have been reports of large crafts coming in and only a certain amount of people will actually see them.
The ones that have been chipped by them.
Well, yeah, that's apparently military, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean it's ET.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. I don't know.
Very uncomfortable.
Do you find any of the paranormal cases that you do have a mix of both entities and extraterrestrials? Because I bet you at least 50% of the stuff I've done throughout my last, couple of decades at least half of them, have also reported sightings of ETs. Greys,
You know what?
mostly Canadians.
No, I haven't had like the crossover like that. In fact, I haven't even really been contacted by too many alien abductees. I know Chris has been working with one in Nova Scotia, and I believe that they found some sort of what he called an alien artifact in her body. He didn't go as far as to say an implant, but they found a foreign object basically in her body, and they weren't sure exactly what it was, which was really interesting. I was talking to him about a couple TV show ideas or whatever, and that case had come up, so that was really interesting. But no, it's like I said, on the UFO front, it's been pretty quiet. It's funny because my interest when I created PPRI was mostly UFOs, but I find when you have like a paranormal investigative organization, a lot of people come to you about ghosts and hauntings, and so that's what I ended up specializing in. And I still love UFO sightings and things like that, but I find the close encounter of the first kind, where it's just a light in the sky. I mean, today that doesn't really hold much weight. I mean, there's so many things, like everyone owns a drone, and there's so many different things. But when you start getting into the different levels, like when there's physical contact, or scorch marks on somebody's car, or they've had an experience with an entity, I find those interesting for sure.
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I've been seeing ads for a new documentary that they did with Bob Lazar. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
I know Bob Lazar. Yeah, I haven't. I haven't seen the new. Yeah. It's a new
I always find him fascinating because he's very believable. But I know back in my UFO days, when I was talked to Stanton Friedman, God rest his soul, he thought Lazar was a fake, but.
Some people do.
But the one interesting thing
them heavy words, Elliot.
No, it's true though. Like I find him very believable myself, and I know he was talking about, was it Element 116, and this is years ago when he first started to do like the public thing, because when he first started with the public, he would shield his face, and his face would be blacked out because he was worried about his security and stuff like that. But he talked about Element 116, which is now actually part of the periodical chart. So I did find that really interesting. You know what I mean? Like there's a few things that he said that are interesting. I do think it's weird that you can't find any record of him going to MIT. I mean, I know that I've worked for the government, and they're kind of sloppy, so I can't see them.
I work for them too, probably on two different levels.
So I can't see them being able to delete absolutely everything to show that he never went there. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be somebody that would remember him going there. But I don't know. It's a interesting mystery. But I'll have to watch that new documentary. I think it's
Dolly is a contactee, abductee, experiencer.
115. I was close. I was off by one.
You were close. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I do find that world fascinating. One thing I do want to do is I want to visit Area 51, like the outskirts. So obviously, I don't want to get shot, but I've seen videos on YouTube where like people have gone to the front entrance and to the back entrance, and it's really like I just want to do that just to get a picture.
I think they've extended that even closer to the roadway, because basically what you want to do is go camping. If you think that the government can cover anything, any sighting, or keep you from seeing anything, what makes you think you'll be able to see anything at Area 51? I'd imagine that's the place where they're cloaking it all.
Well, even over the years, they keep extending, and you're right. I haven't checked out like the recent boundaries, but they keep, especially after that raid Area 51 thing that was going on. They just keep expanding their area, so you can't even get close to it. But there used to be a spot, I guess, you could go up to a mountaintop and almost like see into Area 51. But I know since then they've purchased all that land.
But and they watch everything now too.
Especially after the pandemic started.
Randomly showing up. Do we want to do a quick station ID before we get to the next question?
And then we'll get to Sherry's question. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. And our guest tonight is Elliot Van Dusen, Dr. Elliot. We are live. We are live in the beautiful city of New Orleans on 105.3 FM radio, and we are streaming on International Public Radio, United UFO Paranormal. I don't know. Where are we? UFO Public Radio.
I don't know.
I just really UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials Radio. I get that one, but we're never on it.
No, it's true.
I'm like that.
Tongue-tied. You're tongue-tied.
Yes, I am tongue-tied. Our sponsors are great, amazing sponsors. Folgers Coffee have been with us.
Hear that, Hamilton? What is it?
Hamilton.
What is
this?
It's gone quiet.
It isn't Moose. This is great coffee. And don't forget what I said about the instant coffee. You can make dessert with that. It comes out amazing. So we want to say thank you to Folgers for sponsoring us from the beginning. And we hope that we have a long relationship with you. And we appreciate all that you do for us. Honestly, we couldn't do this without you. Thank you. And we'd like to thank, yes, Folgers. Yes, Hamilton. We'd like to thank Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, Justin Snicker, for our intro and outro, which was composed by him. He is an award-winning composer, and you can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp, and you can also find him on social media, Facebook and Instagram. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. All right, Sherry, here we go.
Sherry Elliott, what do you think about Skinwalker Ranch?
Skinwalker Ranch. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I've heard of it. I have not seen any of the documentaries or anything.
Neither
like
have I.
That's a big one in the paranormal. I'm like amazed.
Nope, I honestly haven't. But you know what? I'm actually embarrassed to say too, but I just recently found out about the skull experiment from over in the UK.
What?
And
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
How are you living in England and you don't know about skull?
That's like paranormal 101, man. Especially parapsychology.
I know. I know. That's the thing. I've been studying this for like 25 years, and I just recently found out about the skull experiment, watched a documentary, and wow,
mind blown, right?
Yeah, like a lot of really cool stuff. The one thing that stands out about the documentary was the guy in Italy that could communicate with spirits through the radio, and they actually took out the radio transmitter, thinking that it might be interference or a fraud or something like that. But they actually took the transmitter out of the radio, and voices were still coming through the radio. Like that's, to me, that's just like amazing. I know.
It defies everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Like it was such an amazing group of people. The concept, like everything, was just so incredible. It's just, and even parapsychology is kind of like going, okay, we almost have to give it to them.
Well, it's interesting because I don't trust things on TV, and rightfully so, because Daryl and I we were looking at doing a television show about investigating old cases, so like Enfield poltergeist, but using new technology and science that exists today to kind of re-examine old cases. And we were told by a network that they're not interested in science. They think parapsychologists are just debunkers, and they want scary shit. That's like every 3 minutes they want a scary hit.
Tell me about it. The whole world thinks I run around screaming demon all the time. Yet I'm the most logical person I know.
Yeah,
yeah. And I was just like, I can't even believe it. So like, basically, they give us a list of what they want, and I told the producer that we've been working with, I said, this is impossible to produce unless we either A, fake it, or B, you reapply as a drama TV series, because what they want is just not realistic.
Maybe you need a different producer, if you're working with the right producers.
They have a formula. That's the problem. And the formula is outdated. And I shouldn't say that because I've worked with a lot of producers, but the formula is outdated, and it's always the same thing. And then all of a sudden it changes, and then it'll be like that for about 3 years. And then it's just,
well, right now,
demons get into anything new.
Yeah, like right now, demons are sexy on TV. Like everyone wants things to be.
And then you've got the series Lucifer, and you've got all these.
It's everything.
All these things right now on streaming. It's just unbelievable. I don't watch any of it though.
But it's the paranormal. That's what it is. It's trying to say, like I said, I always say, I'll give you 5 answers that are logical and probable, but could it be the D word? Maybe. Say it.
I loved paranormal television like 10 years ago.
The original shows.
Yeah, like when Michelle did, Paranormal Survivor, A Haunting. Those ones are the programs
stories.
that I love. I do too.
But as soon as
I don't like the investigations.
Experts, which don't exist.
Yeah.
In that field, right? That's when it changes. And I feel sometimes it takes away from the credibility of I'll never film again. but it takes away from the credibility of the stories.
Mm-hmm. No, it's definitely television has turned me off for sure, just because I even saw a documentary when Stanton Friedman was alive, and it was this really cheesy alien abduction documentary, but they had like experts like Stanton Friedman and a few other different experts on there, like kind of talking about the video clips that these people had recorded and making it sound real. So anyway, I reached out to Stanton. I'm like, what is the story with this McPherson case? And he's like, oh my Lord. He's like, so basically this production company came to them, got them to talk about different UFO alien abduction stories and things like that. Then they spliced everything together on this like Blair Witch type alien abduction video that was allegedly filmed. And then they kind of pieced it all together. So
that's me.
So I really don't trust it. So even with the skull experiment, after I saw it and saw how much evidence was in there, I actually went to the SPR's website and started seeing what they say about it. And they did have some infighting because there were some parapsychologists that weren't invited there, and there was some that were. So there was a little bit of infighting, but for the most part, the SPR backs up that documentary. So
I think that they look at parapsychologists as just, like the naysayers. Realistically speaking, though, whereas in 100 years, I don't think anybody in parapsychology, from what I've studied, has actually come out with something really definitive either. So I think everybody in the field sort of like going, well, we're all still trying to figure it out. Like there is nothing. That's just the point, is there is nothing definitive.
No,
going one way or the other way.
There's always more questions in parapsychology than there is answers, because
it's true.
There's certain things we don't know, like anesthesiologists don't actually understand anesthesia. They know that it can put you to sleep, and you don't feel pain, but they actually don't understand how it works.
No,
and it's the same with parapsychology. Like we just, we don't know what happens to the body, once we die, like the consciousness of that.
Well, scientists are now saying that it goes on, right? That's the new thing. Like, well, science, not necessarily parapsychologists, but science is like, yes, it goes on. The essence does go on. I guess they've done experimenting. So at least we're getting that far.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's only taken how long, but yeah.
Over 200 years. But
yes. So we've got a little notch in the belt. We're getting there. So, okay, it goes on. But where does it go on? So there we go.
I just read Robin's comment. Enjoying the show. That poster is unsettling. I'm so sorry.
You're welcome. Okay, Sherry. Sorry, here we go.
Sherry is asking, Elliot, what do you think of inexperienced investigators that bolt when faced with the real deal? I had 6 teams bolt, literally ran down the driveway and took off.
Oh, I'd love to go to that place then.
They did you a favor because they would have botched it.
No, it's funny. I talked about this on another podcast, and the podcaster host was a correctional officer. Right. And we talked about that. So like in law enforcement, you're trained to like run towards danger, run towards, an attack, like put yourself in like extremely risky life or death situations. But it's funny because when it comes to the paranormal, you've got paranormal investigators that, similar to police officers, get called to a place or a location. But when they're confronted with, something like that, a lot of people do back out and run away. It's interesting. I don't know if it's because like law enforcement, you have use of force training and things like that, so you feel like maybe a little bit more confident. Plus, there is muscle memory with some of your actions, like your self-defense and your firearms and things like that. It's been proven to be, muscle memory. But I do find it interesting that paranormal investigators, instead of running towards it, they do seem to run away from it. Now, just recently in October, we held an event at the Weston Nova Scotian hotel in Halifax, which is a 4-star hotel, extremely haunted. Although we couldn't find any stories about it, we always heard rumors that it was haunted, but it wasn't until we started doing some advertising for our event that some of the workers that used to work there started to approach Daryl and I with some stories. And while we were there, one of the stories was on the second floor, which is all their conference rooms. A lot of the staff have seen a little boy wandering around the hall, sometimes dribbling a basketball. And sometimes they don't see him, but they can hear the basketball dribbling. So while I was giving a lecture on hauntings, Daryl walked out of our conference room and went down to the Atlantic room, which is where this little boy has been seen. And Daryl walked into the room, and he was only in there for a couple of seconds. And when he turned to the left, he saw what he thought was a little girl dive underneath the table. But he said the little girl was like semi-translucent. And when she dove under the table, the actual tablecloth didn't move, but there was almost like a semi-translucent tablecloth that did move. And it really freaked him out because he's been studying parapsychology for like 40 years, has never seen an apparition before. So once he composed himself, you know, he went over to the table, lifted it up. There was nothing there, took a couple photographs and things like that, and then came back to the room to tell us kind of what happened. But it was kind of interesting because it did rattle him. He didn't run out of the room, but for like a week or two afterwards, like he was completely rattled because he's more critical, skeptical. So for him to have seen something like that, it really, really rattled him to the core.
Oh yeah, it would shake you
I
right
can
up.
imagine.
Your
Yeah.
first experience, you never forget that.
No, like he actually
Yeah.
was retelling the story over Christmas to one of a girlfriend his or whatever, and started crying, like telling the experience. Like that's how much it affected him. And he's a professional parapsychologist that's been doing it for over 40 years. So, you know, I don't know.
It's a tough one.
I haven't seen an apparition myself. I've experienced haunting characteristics. I've had footsteps approach me. I've, you know, seen doors open and close on their own. I've seen a doorknob turn while I was in a room and open the door and there's nobody on the other side. But I didn't flee. I don't know. It's I got more. Like
apparitions are hard.
The apparition might be different. I mean, unless some people say they're not translucent. Some people that see them say that they look as real.
I've had solid ones where I thought for sure I was talking to an actual person. Then your spidey senses tick in, and you're just like, I'm gonna poke him. This is a little friendly poke and just see if he's real.
One of the first stories.
You could do is get upset, you know.
One of the first stories I heard about the Westin was from our dog groomer, and she used to work there when she was a late teenager. And she said one night, so I guess the employees used to be able to rent the hotel rooms for really cheap. So she got her parents a hotel room for the night, and they hung out downtown Halifax, and then they went back to the room, ordered room service. And because she worked there, she thought, oh, I'll run the dishes down to the kitchen and kind of save them some work. And so she took the service elevator, but when she opened the service elevator, there was a man standing in there with 3/4 length black trench coat, had a black fedora. He was looking down so she couldn't see his eyes. She's like, oh, God, like, who's this guy? Should I get on this elevator? You know, she was a young, attractive 18, 19-year-old girl.
Yeah.
She was nervous. So she said, you know, she's from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. So she's extremely friendly. So she's like, hi, how's your evening going? And not a word from him, didn't even look up.
Yeah.
So she made the decision, even though her gut told her not to get on the elevator, got on the elevator, hit the kitchen floor, elevator comes down, door opens up, she steps off, turns around to say goodnight to the guy, gone. But he was as real as you or I were. He wasn't translucent or anything like that. And the only way that it had to be a ghost because he wasn't pulling a Bruce Willis going up the shaft while she's you know, going down a couple floors. I mean, it had to be an apparition. So
for those of you non-fans, Die Hard.
That's right. That's right.
He's referencing. I'm the pulp culture queen, so I'm just saying.
Hey, speaking of Brian. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Another question for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dave Petrella asks, hi, Elliot. The thoughts on Oak Island. Have you been? What is your feeling on the energy there? That's a good question. We've never asked you.
Yeah, no, you know, you haven't. Oak Island's only about 35 minutes from where I live. So I've been there a few times. Before you could not even go on the island. That's before the TV show. It was always blocked off. And then now with the TV show, if they're not filming, they'll let you go onto the island, but you basically can only go to like a little tourist thing that they set up, and it is kind of cool. It's like a unofficial museum, and they've got all the different artifacts that they found. Like there's a couple of coins and some like spearheads and things like that set up there. It's really, really cool, but they're still really strict on access to the island, especially like I said, when they're filming, they won't even let you go on the island. But it's I didn't get like a bad vibe on the island. I get like a really like excited feeling. Like it's kind of cool. It's exciting. It'd be neat to like.
It's not all heavy because it's being so disturbed or disrupted. Like
no, not at all.
The native energy, like our indigenous community up there, you know, everything they're finding that they're not allowed to touch. You would think that that would be almost taboo because that's land that they don't want disturbed.
Yeah, and they've been digging that for years. I mean, they do find like interesting things, like they have found coins and things like that, but they haven't found the big treasure.
That they told us.
Are we ever gonna find that treasure? Jesus, how many seasons in are we? I'm getting frustrated.
I have never watched an episode beginning to end. I've only caught clips of it. I think I'm the only person that hasn't seen it in this field. I don't know.
I just have Wayne going blah 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 blah. And 2 seasons later, blah 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 blah. And looks at me. I'm like, all right, you were right.
Yeah, I've seen like the sporadic episodes, but there was one cool episode where they brought in divers that are trained to work in like confined spaces, and they tried to send them down to like one of the areas that flooded, but it's so dark and dingy down there, you couldn't really see anything.
You should watch. Sorry, you should watch season 1 to 9 and write down how many things they've found in 9 seasons.
It's not the treasure, I can assure you of that, because I've watched it.
That's a lot of TV time. Wow.
It is.
Really getting to that point. You think you're getting close, you're getting excited.
That's a lot of sponsors.
Next week. Oh, come on. So, yeah. But, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, put that one back.
Yeah, Brian's asking, Elliot, have you ever checked out the 5 Fisherman restaurant in Halley?
Oh, yes. I love that place. Awesome seafood restaurant if you like seafood. It's probably one of the best restaurants in Halifax.
Can you explain, for those who don't know about it, what the attraction is there that would bring you there, aside from the food?
Well, it does have a history, which I'll go into in a sec, but it's one of the more popular, expensive restaurants in Halifax.
Right.
Very beautiful inside. They've renovated it lots of times, but it has kind of a dark history. It used to be a funeral home, and it has housed bodies from both the Halifax explosion and from the Titanic. So it does have a lot of history.
Right.
I've always heard that if a male goes to the male bathroom, which is kind of like on the second floor of the restaurant, and you kind of have to go like up a stairwell, that a lot of people report being grabbed or attacked by something. But while I was eating there one time, I always throw it out to the waiters or waitresses that are working there, and I asked if they had any experiences. And the guy that was serving me a couple years ago said that he hadn't, but he pointed to the bartender and said that his friend did. And he said one night his friend, like the restaurant was closed, he was near where their offices are, he was walking down the hallway, and all of a sudden he could hear metal hit the floor behind him. And when he turned around, there was like an old-fashioned skeleton key that he found just laying on the floor, almost like, it sounds like, based on the description, now this is third hand because I didn't talk to the bartender, I talked to his friend, but it almost sounded like it materialized out of nowhere there. So it's a lot of people have reported, though, the activity is near the men's bathroom. I usually try and go there a couple times while I'm there, but I've never had anything happen to me. But
no. We'll be right back. It's going to hang out in the can for a while.
I did that at Alberfoyle Mill. I used the bathroom, and I thought I was having a conversation with my friend, and she was outside in the hallway talking to someone who works there. I'm like, but yeah, it happens. Just accidental things. I don't look for it. I didn't even know it was haunted till I came out. Yeah.
Well, it's funny. There's a lot of like restaurant bathroom type ghost stories, but there's another place for any of you listeners from Rhode Island, the Tavern on Main restaurant that's there, and they actually promote it being haunted. They sell T-shirts and things like that. But there is a story there's two stories with that place. Actually, there was a lady murdered on the site. Apparently, her husband was a police officer at the time and had gone in a fit of rage and killed her at the bar. But there's also been reports of a little boy found in the girls' washroom looking for his mother.
Oh,
yeah,
it's hard with children's spirits.
Yeah, so
As
like
a parent.
some mediums that have been there have like picked up on that energy. But again, it's related to the bathroom. Like it's interesting.
Why do you think? Like, what is it with the bathrooms?
I don't know. Because I don't know. I don't know the history of the building of Tavern on Main. It almost looked like it may have been like a hotel or something, like almost like a saloon at some point. So God knows what went on there.
Water. Okay, but seriously, water runs through the entire building. Because Brian and Dave were both saying water. Yes, the water for sure. But I mean, that's why a lot of them go down to the basements as well. But I mean, you have water coming through the kitchen. You have water that just runs under the house. I mean, I know here in Ontario and probably good chunks of Canada, there's freaking water everywhere underneath.
The Powerhouse restaurant sitting right on water. Alberfoyle,
I
was, is a mill. And we were in the basement, which the basement was still gravel. That's how old this place is. And it was a business dinner. I was not expecting anything. And the original mill is glass cased off, and you're sitting right next to this running water.
Oh,
and
wow.
You know you're on it, and it's like it didn't click with me until, like I said, I started walking around, but I was so uneasy.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting the water because I always had a theory, although other people have reported different coins have appeared too. A lot of people said dimes appear and things like that.
Yes.
But I always thinking that one of the reasons why in certain haunted places pennies materialize is because they were made with copper, and that's why we don't use them anymore because they were worth more than 1 cent.
Yes.
But I always had a theory that maybe the pennies are appearing because the ghosts are able to manipulate it because copper's an electrical conductor. Maybe
but it's a grounder too.
It is a grounder as well, yeah. But maybe it's the same theory with the water too. Like water can be a conductor as well for energy. So
I know in this house when we were filming, there was a show filming here, and they were dropping dimes and nickels coming right out of the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
That's never happened before. We were like, did that seriously just happen in our house?
Yeah, there was
Canada hasn't had a penny in a few years.
Yeah.
And it's funny how everybody that you that tells you their story of, oh, is this a sign from my loved one, is saying, I saw a nickel, I saw a dime. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Even the other side knows we don't have pennies. Yeah.
$1.
Yeah, it's funny. At the house, I remember them joking around about the pennies appearing because they're like, why can't they be dropping $5 bills?
I know. Just leaving. I've done cases where they've left coins like in people's shoes, but they end up being really old coins.
There's been some really interesting cases. We actually have in Nova Scotia, we've had 3 big poltergeist cases. One is obviously the Esther Cox Amherst mystery.
Yes.
The other one is the fire spook of Caledonia Mills. And a lesser known one was there was a poltergeist in Windsor, and the American Society for Psychical Research had sent an investigator up to investigate it. Which they thought was fraud because they caught a couple of the girls throwing items when they thought the investigators weren't looking. But almost like the Enfield poltergeist, where the girls were, they were playing a bit of tricks, but then there was some other stuff that was unexplained, like the police officers
going on.
Yeah, like the 2 police officers that attended and saw furniture being moved on their own accord and things like that. So I don't think, like, just because you catch one aspect of fraud happening that you toss the whole thing out. But in the Windsor poltergeist case, it was interesting because there was like coins, foreign coins, like from over in Europe appearing, like just materializing. So it's really interesting.
Isn't it crazy? It's like, what is it, a portal? Yeah, here wasn't exciting, and this is an old house. Well, I thought, like, give us some like good coins, but it's all modern stuff, and honestly, it was just dropping out. People were just the people filming were like,
Well, look at the items that were materializing during the skull experiment too. They had flowers. They had like like different cufflinks. Like they had all kinds of different things showing up.
Mm-hmm. No, that was unbelievable. I've known a couple of people throughout, like, my 20 years of doing this or so, that have tried to do their own version of the skull experiment.
Any luck?
I don't think they had any luck. They didn't follow up if they did, because I know at one point I said, you know what, if you can get someplace with this, like, we would love to bring you on to the show, because that would be such a, I would love to, I would even like host something here and do it live, because the house is really haunted. And I think it would be an interesting thing to try.
Oh, definitely. Like in Canada, there was the Philip experiment that was done in Toronto.
That was so crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah. So in the Toronto had Society for Psycho Research, which I found out by talking to the Society for Psycho Research that they weren't actually together. So this group in Canada just called themselves Toronto Society for Psycho Research, but they basically wanted to create this fictional character named Philip, and they gave him a backstory and
like Slender Man.
Basically created like their own. Their own poltergeist, basically.
Yeah.
And they sent the wraps off to be analyzed, and the acoustics from the wraps were different than a normal wrap on the table.
Wow.
And it's the same with the knocks from Enfield as well. They analyzed those, and they were different as well,
right,
compared to normal knocks. So it's really interesting. They didn't go as far as getting stuff, materializing.
Yeah.
But it still goes to show you that when you get a group of people together, like the skull experiment or like the Toronto SPR,
it is fascinating. I mean, to have true poltergeist case, you look at the ancient Ram Inn, in the UK, and of course talking to Bill Bungay, who owns like the Black Monk House, which has been renamed in UK. We have a standing invitation to go there. I'm like, come on, COVID. Just
I know, right?
Just like, I want to go to this Black Monk House. But I mean, no one's been able to debunk that place for this poltergeist activity. And apparently it's just like through the roof. He bought this place because he's a film producer, and he just expected, like, being very skeptical. He expected like nothing, and he was just like,
he stayed there. He stayed there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He said, like, I can't even come up with something to debunk it.
Is there any place, like, once kind of COVID settles down, that you guys are planning on going to? Or
I would do the Black Monk House. That would be a good one. I want to get back to Europe. I love going out there. So, we're actually looking to buy a house at one point before this.
Oh wow.
We need to take a stroll through Scotland.
I love Scotland.
Yeah,
I love Scotland.
Just a little stroll.
Yeah, I'd love to get over there myself, and
it's beautiful.
I've never been over there, but I mean, they have such a haunted history as well. I mean, there's inns and hotels and taverns and.
Whenever I travel, I try to stay in some place haunted. I did when I was in Scotland, on my last trip, and then down into the south of France, and it was the same. It's always exciting when you're just laying there and you see somebody walking around, like, because you can see under the door. Someone's walking right, open the door. You're all excited. It's like nobody's there. It's like, close it, do it again. It's a lot of fun.
I made a
mistake. Much to amuse me.
I made a mistake once. After Sarah and I had Meadow, we decided that was enough. So I wanted to get a vasectomy, but they did like a no needle, no scalpel vasectomy in New Brunswick. So we had to travel from Nova Scotia to New Brunswick. So I booked an Airbnb, and this was like a home that was built in the 1800s. It had like the historical plaque on it. And so I messaged the owners, like, me being me, and I'm just like, hey, like, coming to stay at your place, like, just wondering if anything like strange has happened there or whatever. And they wrote back like, well, what do you mean strange? So I explained.
Yeah, want to elaborate?
Yeah, I explained to them, paranormal investigator and this and that. Oh my Lord, they went up one side, me down the other. They said, no, nothing strange has ever happened there. None of our guests have ever reported anything there.
Didn't want to talk about it.
They're like, we don't want any of that brought here. And I'm like, okay. I was like, just asking. And Sarah's like, Elliot, you're gonna get us kicked out. We're not even there yet. And then
at least meet the people first, Elliot.
And then I've never had this happen, like, because I don't stay at too many Airbnbs, but like the guy showed up about a half hour after we checked in. So I think he was like coming to make sure like I didn't have like a Ouija board out.
Oh, this is true. You're gonna stir shit up and bring
but
the
place was really cool. Like it had a games room and like a pool table in it. And it was like a really nice. The floor was original, and but we slept there and like nothing happened that night. But
I hate that when you have all these maybe that's the problem. It's having those high expectations because you hear all these stories. And I'll specifically go stay someplace, like when I was in Romania, I'm thinking, oh, this is it. We got a million freaking recordings. The Haunted Forest did not disappoint. I'll say that was phenomenal experiences. The hotel after phenomenal experiences. But I'm in some of the most haunted places. I'm thinking, okay, I'm staying in a little place not far from Bran Castle. This is really exciting. And I had, nothing. And then another morning, it's just that something's right in my ear going, pshaw. It's like that, like right in my ear. I jumped out of bed, startled me. I thought it was, my girlfriend, Melissa. And I look at her, and you can't wake her up. A train can't wake that girl up. And I'm looking at her, I'm all foul because it was like 6:30 in the morning. It's like
we're not morning people.
Oh,
you needed your Folgers, Michelle.
I needed my freaking Folgers. Exactly. Yes. I couldn't find the Folgers out there to save my own life. So just like, who dares interrupt my slumber?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I full on attitude and realized, holy shit, I just had a pretty interesting experience. But I think we go in there with such high expectations. Maybe it's that high expectation that, they're like, oh, no element of surprise here. So we're just going to give you nothing.
Yeah. And there have been studies done too, where if people are primed about a location that they, there's been multiple different results. Sometimes, you're more apt to experience something. Other times you're actually not.
Right.
But they have done lots of studies where it shows people that are believers in the paranormal tend to have more experiences than non-believers, which is interesting.
Well, maybe it's because we're more open-minded.
Possibly. Oh, we're definitely more open-minded, though, for sure.
Maybe it's like, where that non-believer is going to say, oh, the house is settling. Whereas a paranormal person could say, hell no, that was this, or this. Meanwhile, it was a house that was
a paranormal person. If they see something or suspect something's moving, a paranormal person will mark a glass on a counter or a table.
With the camera phone out.
Yeah. Take it precise, measure it from the edge and everything, and then come back a few hours later and go,
yeah,
right? That's the difference. And someone who's not into it will be like, I don't even I don't remember where I put it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, true. That's true.
And those are usually, I don't know. I find the people who don't care are the ones that get the best stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
they just kind of go, it was nothing.
They have the best experiences. Look at your friend, full body apparition and all.
I know. Well, that's what I told him. I said I would have loved to have witnessed that, and but it wasn't meant for me. So.
I know
that's rare though. Full body is rare. That's a gift.
Not a lot of people, throughout, I think people I've met throughout working in this field, and they're just like, it's always a husband too. The wife's just like, oh, I just dragged him along here and blah, blah, blah. And the husband's like, meanwhile, the husband's having these phenomenal experiences. I remember doing a ghost tour at one time. I was hosting, and I see this man just standing there frozen in fear. And I'm like, the wife's like, I don't know. He's been gone for about 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, I'll go find him, whatever. Right. Yeah. And he's standing there with his arm out and he's frozen in fear. And I'm like, you okay? And all I got was this dire, something has my hand. I'm just like, how do you feel about that? It's okay. Meanwhile, and the story of the area was there was a little child spirit, and she would go around and she would grab adults' hands or hold on to their shirt, and I'm like, he goes, I don't know what to do. I'm just like, just pull it back. He snatches it and checks to make sure all his digits are there, and I'm just like,
that's
extremely extreme. But I'm just like, okay, I promise you, your hand is still attached, your fingers all still work, wiggle them around. But if he was just like, he just looked and he goes, because my wife bugs me to come to these sort of things all the time, because I never in my life have had experience. And he goes, those are cold little fingers that just had his fingers bunched up. And he goes, and it was amazing experience. But
That's
again,
really cool.
he comes in with the attitude of, I don't believe it. I want nothing to do with it.
Changed him.
I'm just here to humor my wife because she bothers me to do this stuff all the time. And it's usually how it happens.
Well, it was fun. It was funny you mentioned that too at our event. There was a lot of couples that came, and so we asked, Daryl and I just asked why people had come to the event or whatever. All the guys, every single guy there said that it's because their wife dragged them to it.
It's always, that's the same thing though. That's what I mean. My wife just bothers me, harasses me into coming. So here I am. It's like, well, thanks for gracing us with your presence. Like,
oh yeah.
But the best stuff happens to these guys. But,
yeah, it's true.
I think we have great visuals because the spirits have to try even harder because they're not as sensitive. So they really have to manifest something where someone who's sensitive will catch that shimmery and know what it is. So sometimes I wonder if it's got anything to do with that.
I don't know, shimmery things could, in my experience, I've had shimmery things and they're usually extraterrestrials.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like a faint apparition or a partial apparition is very common for mediums over. And then you see people who are, they're probably in tune and like everyone is, but they don't use it. And then all of a sudden they get the full body apparitions. It's like, what the hell, right? But they would have to manifest and work so much harder to get that, and probably takes longer. So that could be why they're getting the full one, because they're like, hey, you don't see me, where mediums will see that faint and start communicating, and they don't have to keep working at it. I don't know. It's a thought.
Well, it's definitely a puzzle we'd like to solve. Is why do some show up as partial? Why do some show up as full apparitions? Why are some translucent? Why are some a lot of people have seen a full body?
I've seen them all. Like I'm very fortunate that way, but
it takes a lot of energy to manifest. Maybe it comes down to something as simple as that's all the energy they have to muster up.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I believe too. Like in my heart, I think it takes a significant amount of energy to materialize like that, or to control. Like that's what I found about the Exeter house. It would go through periods of quietness, and it's almost like the entity there was like trying to recharge itself because it had used all this energy to like manipulate children's toys and turn fire alarms on and off, and open doors and things like that. There's just so much that we don't fully know yet.
Exeter is a portal. Just
Exeter has a lot of stuff. I noticed Dave asked about Shearbrook, Nova Scotia, but there is Daryl and I have been kind of looking into. It's almost like the Massachusetts Bridgewater Triangle, but there's almost like a triangle of paranormal activity up around the Shearbrook,
there is
New Glasgow, Antigonish area. So once we get our paranormal case map live on the website, it'll be interesting to plug in people's stories and experiences there and see kind of what shows up on the data.
That would be one that I'd really be interested in following along, because that is an active area. But there is a triangle said to be up there, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of reports up there. Things going missing, UFOs being seen.
UFOs. There's been I said, I think the Bigfoot sighting was up there. Caledonia Mills, where the fire spook was, would have fell in there. So
in there too. That's nuts though. But so it's that time again. So this is a part of the show, of course, where it's always sad because we're always having a good time when you come on, but you get to promote yourself and what you have coming up, and what you're planning on doing, and just promote. How can people find you, and how can they find your books?
Yeah, the best way to find me is just our website. It's Paranormal Phenomena Research and Investigation. So it's ppri.net. Right. It's got our contact form. It's got my biography. It's got a store section which leads you to links to my books. You can also get my books on Amazon, Chapter's website, and Barnes & Noble. If you're in the States, you can get it through their website as well. Don't really have any projects on the go per se, just a couple of investigations that we're working on.
And how can people reach you if they have a story they want to share, if they need your assistance or your expertise?
You can either go to ppri.net and go to the Contact Us section, or my email is vandusen, VANDUSEN @ppri.net. You can send me an email, or if Van Dusen is too long, just type in info @ppri.net, and it will come to our organization. The message will get filtered to me. The books, I spend more money on PPRI than I do selling books. So any book sales I get, the money probably is just going to go back into PPRI anyway. We always buy new equipments, or we like this investigation coming up, for example, we have to travel and things like that. So there's always expenses involved in the investigation.
Of course. Yeah.
That's always to a good cause.
For sure.
Thank you for coming back on. It was a lot of fun, and really anxious to see what you guys have coming up, and keep in touch over the course of the year.
Yeah, and, once Spencer has the paranormal case map live, I'll let you guys know.
Okay, that would be great. That would be great.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Oh, no problem.
For the book, love it.
Care.
No problem.
Making sure everybody can see this.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, thank you, Elliot.
All right, guys. Take care.
Hey,
you
good
too.
night.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Yeah, it's midnight for him.
Well, we have come to the end of another fantastic segment here on the Outer Realm. Big thank you to Elliot Van Dusen. He's always a lot of fun. It was such a pleasure to have him on. And thank you to everybody who tuned into the chat room. Hamilton, thank you for staying up way past your bedtime to join us as well. Always a breath of fresh air. And big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring us. You have no idea how much we love you guys. Big thank you also, Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker, for your music, your voice, for the intro and outro. Please remember to stop by International Public Radio on YouTube, UFO Paranormal, UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials, and subscribe. It's the only way you're going to be able to catch all of these shows, our shows, and a lot of other great shows. There's always something playing on there, so check them out. Don't forget about us on the Outer Realm on Facebook. Give us a like and follow us along. If you want to contact us, please, the only thing that we respond to is the email, just because, I know myself, I've got several group pages that I'm on, and it's just overwhelming. So contact us at the Outer Realm contact@gmail.com. Again, the Outer Realm contact@gmail.com. Now, tomorrow night, guys, marks our 200th episode.
Wow, right?
And we could not think of a better way to celebrate than to do a Q&A sort of show, just so we can interact with you guys. We always have so much fun with you guys. You can kind of determine which way we're going to go, but everybody's in chat, and it's just a lot of joking around. There's a lot of answering questions and telling stories and sharing of experiences. And we thought that would be a whole lot of fun. So I hope you can all tune in for that, because special just for you guys and us. So until then, thank you for tuning in, everybody, and good night.
He was going to stay in
He was a Louisiana man named Montaldo. Folks around called him Six Gun Joe. Works with ICAR, don't you know? Investigating UFOs. Out for a drive with a gal one night, they stopped to check out the reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially that Vaseline or anything, seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die, yo?" Reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, said, "Fill your club, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no damn to Six Gun Joe.
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo.
Enjoying their night tonight, evening, a great afternoon, wherever they may be on our lovely blue planet. Tonight's guest is going to be Mary Rival. Sorry, I was talking with Mary, guys, before the break. Before we started. And actually, I got into a conversation with her and kind of lost my train of thought on where I was going here this evening. But I want to welcome everyone to UFO Undercover. Really, I like having Mary on the show. She's one of the few researchers in the field, ladies and gentlemen, that actually are doing research in the areas that we're doing research in. And she's very well versed in it, very knowledgeable about it. Of course, tonight, Mary, we're time traveling again, aren't we? In case y'all don't know, what is it, 10 o'clock in the morning where you are, huh?
That's right, so it's good morning from Australia, Joe.
That's right. As a matter of fact, it's 10 o'clock Thursday morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is 7 o'clock Wednesday night where I'm at, so I love that. I'm sorry, guys. It's like talking to the future. So y'all should pay attention. We're listening to a voice from the future. Anyway, I'll behave. Mary, why don't you tell the audience a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself correctly so everybody knows who you are. And then I kind of want to talk about your organization. Go ahead and tell them a little bit about who you are.
Right. Well, very, very briefly, I run an organization called CERN, which is the Australian Close Encounter Resource Network here in Perth, Western Australia. Up to date, I've probably had resourced from me about 1,300 individuals worldwide. Many of them are from Australia, but literally calls and emails from Alaska, Russia, Japan, you name it, from Mexico, wherever. And it's all about the same thing, about people's experiences. It's about them saying, I have an experience, a lot of the time saying, look, I think I'm going crazy. And honestly, Joe, if you'd said to me 30 years ago as a nurse midwife, which was my profession 30 years ago, that I would be writing books on, contact experiences and aliens and UFOs, I'd have probably sent you to the nearest psychiatrist. But here I am 30 years later. I have worked in psychological health for 20 years as a counsellor in the UK in a medical practice, as well as here in hospice for about 12 years before I went into private practice. And my very first client came to me with this experience, and I really didn't know what to make of it. But there you go. That's sort of the start of it. And from that, I did my research, read books from Dr. John Mack, as all of you may well know that's versed in this whole topic. He was a professor of psychiatry at Harvard University that wrote Abduction and Passport to the Cosmos, which was coming from a very scientific psychological perspective, where he'd done the usual testing, psychological testing, and found these people were not only psychologically sound and very credible, and they were having real experiences. And that was sort of like the Bible to me for a while until I started to do my own research.
Well, I can understand that, and I'm the same way actually, because a lot of John Mack's works I followed, and even a few of the other ones I'm not going to mention their names because sometimes they aggravate me, but that's what I started my basis of my work on, because it was easier. It's kind of like cheating, I guess. They did a lot of the groundwork. They got a lot of the stuff out of the way. They got a lot of the basics out of the way. They presented some credible evidence. Of course, it made mine and your life a little bit easier. I wouldn't say real easy, but a little bit easier. 1,300, girl, you trying to catch up with us? What is you hustling, aren't you? See, I was telling this to another abduction researcher a couple of weeks ago that I said, if you really want caseloads, there's people out there. So trust me, if you start asking, you're going to be surprised at how many people come forward. Now, you said Australia. Let me ask you this now. Being in Aussie land, what kind of aliens y'all have down there? I mean, I'm being serious. I know I sound like I was kidding.
Okay. So what kind of contact?
Well, I was thinking like Greys, reptilians, human types.
Yep. Well, I've got a DVD called Expressions of ET Contact, a visual blueprint, and in it I've got at least 40 different beings that my clients have drawn, and this is from children as well, I might add. Yes, certainly the Zetas, the little 4-foot, child height beings, but not all of them are grey. Some of them are beige. There are other colours. Certainly many different types of humanoids, the reptilian or lizard-like, various forms of that. Also lion-type beings with big manes. A lot of them, people see those, as well as the praying mantis or mantis beings, which are anything from 10 to 20 feet high, that look like insect kinds of beings with red hair and big green eyes with no pupils, cat-like beings of various forms. This is the kind of range that I get in Australia.
Now, for you, I mean, you think they're all aliens, or some of them might be something else? Because I know sometimes when I'm dealing with abduction cases, sometimes it's, I guess for lack of a better word, paranormal. I hate using that word, but because I know that a lot of people want to say demonic. I wouldn't call it that, but some people say when they run into certain types, they label them aliens, but later on they turn out to be something else. I was just seeing if you had run into that yourself, or...
There does seem to be a mix, Joe, in the sense of how people interpret them, and a lot comes from their own belief system. So if they're particularly very religious, they may come from the terms of where someone who isn't religious might say they see a light being, they may interpret it as an angel.
Yeah.
And if it's a lizard-like being, for example, if they come from a religious perspective, they may call it a demon or a devil. So there is a certain mix of people to take into account, of course. But the bottom line is, I think, many of these may very well not only be extraterrestrial, but I've come across many that I believe are interdimensional. And these are ones that also look, I think, like big spiders, because arachnophobia is a very common indicator of this experience. And I think these ones seem to suggest they're interdimensional rather than extraterrestrial. But again, we need so much more research to be able to identify them with more clarity.
Well, no, so that's a good point, bringing up interdimensional, because a lot of people don't think about that. They think about extraterrestrials, or then they think about spiritual or demonic or things like that, but they forget that, in a multi-dimensional plane, it's quite feasible that there might be several different types. I mean, some of them may look just like us, but then again, some of them may look like something, whatever, became dominant life form on this planet in that dimension, I guess is what I'm trying to say, could be coming through on the side if they have the technology. So, no, it's a good point. I'm glad you brought it up, because not many researchers even want to touch on the dimensional thing. I'm thinking, well, guys, if they can come across light, time and space, why can't they simply come across a dimension as well? I mean, I for some reason, Marianne, I don't know if you run into this or not, but for some reason, a lot of people I talk to think there can only be one or the other. They're not really giving credit to the fact that, there could be extraterrestrials, there could be spiritual beings, and there could be dimensional beings. It doesn't have to all just be one or the other. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong on this. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right. I think the trouble is with human beings, we're very keen to categorize, and the biggest problem for me has been when people have wanted to do that, because the more I've researched into it, it's like the onion, that you take one layer off and there's another one. And I stick to something very important. Thomas Kuhn was author of The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and I basically love the way he said that the way to do research is just to observe, drop all your preconceived categories as best you can, and just collect raw information. Don't even use words like happened or didn't happen, exist or doesn't exist, inside, outside, real or unreal. Just put that aside and collect raw data. And what he's really saying is that way we can actually be open to looking at having a better understanding. And what I do now is look for patterns rather than saying, I think this one's this or this one's that, because we really don't understand our own reality anyway. I mean, look at string theory. It's looking at 11 dimensions or whatever, There's others talking about the holographic universe. There's so much we don't understand about our reality. So how can we possibly quantify some of these intelligences that may very well be interdimensional, extra-dimensional, working in different realms as well as what we call the afterlife? I think there's, that from my understanding, some of these intelligences may very well work in the realms we call the afterlife as well, and some of my research seems to suggest that. So I think we just have to be very, very careful about how we choose to interpret and just be open to whatever the data is.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I try to focus on just what's at hand and working with the data that we have coming in from the different groups we work with. But I've been real fortunate in a lot of stuff that, we were a big organization now. There's a lot of us out there. And fortunately for me, there are people in the organization that work in other fields such as paranormal and dimensional and stuff like that. So I can spend more of my attention concentrating on things like the grays, the reptilians, the humans, the light beings, which you're right can be interpreted at least. I guess you could interpret the light beings as aliens, dimensional beings, demonic beings, angelic beings. I'm sure somebody could even think of something more than that for them. Personally, I think they're extraterrestrials, by the way, just in case anybody wants to know my thoughts on this. But that's the thing, and it is a lot to do with interpretation and in the eye of the beholder and things along those lines. So it is important to try to keep your own personal feelings and views out of any investigation, guys and girls. It really is. I know it's tough. I know Mary had raised a certain way. I was raised a certain way, and it's hard when you're doing this research. But hey, if you want the truth, put everything aside and just look for the data, or in this case, look for the aliens. But I don't know. For me, it's a mix. When we're talking about contactees, I've been very fortunate in the fact that most of the people who come to us seem to be legitimate in the fact that they've had some kind of experience or contact. I know for other researchers, they say it's a lot different. They have a lot more people coming that are either faking it, hoaxing it, or I guess need attention to something. I mean, how is it for you? I mean, is it concentrated for you like that, or?
Well, to be quite honest, when people say to me, is there a certain percentage that are faking or fantasizing or whatever, I have to tell you there's probably a very minute amount that would ever bother to do that, because what do you gain out of it? There's no reason. You don't get notoriety. You don't, it's not something you want to shout from the rooftops because most people will laugh at you. And what I say to them is, I had a family literally fly from the UK to see me because of their experiences. I've had people fly from New Zealand and from the eastern states to see me. These, why would you bother to do that and spend all that money if, in fact, it's a fantasy or you're just looking for some kind of notoriety? I'm not going to make you famous. But the bottom line is these people are coming to me from long distances sometimes because for them it's affecting their whole lives and they want answers. And the bottom line is for most people that come to me, I mean, I've got lawyers on my books, doctors, psychiatrists, nurses, social workers, people that have got a huge credibility professionally that are saying to me, Mary, this is my experience. But the sad thing is many of them can't discuss it with their colleagues because of the derision and the fear that they're going to be seen as psychologically suspect. And I remember saying to one lawyer, if you came out and said that this is your experience, it would give it a lot of credibility. And he said, Mary, he says, I earn $500 an hour. He said, what do you think would happen to my business if I actually mentioned that I actually see aliens?
And he's got a point, and it's a shame, but I tell people all the time, we're the same way. We have a lot of credible people who contact us and a lot of people that you would just be amazed at who some of these people are, but coming forward, it's not an option, because in mainstream society today, at least in what I like to call the civilized world, it's not going to happen. People are going to take it the wrong way. Even if they like this guy and they know this guy and they trust him with their money, they're still going to be like, oh, well, he's lost his money. He's talking to aliens. We can't trust him with, $1 million accounts anymore. When nothing's changed, he's still the same person, but, that's something we've got to work on. And, I mean, the more credible people come forward, Mary, the better chances we have, but I do understand their reasons for not.
Absolutely. But the worst thing for them is the fact that they feel so isolated because who can they talk to? And this is why I said the more that they feel at peace with it, at least with themselves, and normalize it, the more they can get on with their lives, even if it is something that they can't share with most people. But what I think, Joe, a lot of people don't realize is that this is intergenerational. It goes through families, and if one person in a family comes to me, it's quite likely that siblings, parents, grandparents, and grandkids are all in. And even though some of them may be in denial or not aware of it, it does impact on whole families. And this is why, ultimately, we've all got to own that, the emperor has no clothes, and this is real.
See, now y'all know why I'm always raving about Mary. See, she does her homework, people. Homework. I'm sorry, that's one of my pet peeves. People ask me all the time, prove it to me. I said, well, go do your homework, and I won't have to prove it until you prove it to yourself. That's what they get. Do your own homework. But because you're very well research. And, you know, besides myself and you and about 3 others I know, most people won't really go in depth into what we're talking about tonight, like being generational. They don't understand that this runs deep in family lines. You know, you can go back, well, pretty much as far as you can find a living relative, you can usually find a contactee in that family. So, now, let me ask you this. Have you experienced, like, you know, where you've worked in multi-generational cases, right, where, you know, more where, yeah. It's kind of interesting to me because, and I don't know if this is true in Australia, but I'm going to find out right now. I notice a lot of times, like, if there's a brother and a sister, or 2 sisters or 2 brothers, and they're both contactees, I found it interesting, especially lately, lately I should say in the last about 10 years, I've noticed a lot of these cases, one will be having a very, I guess, for lack of a better term, a really kind of good experience. Whereas the other one seems to be having a much, I wouldn't call it an evil experience, but it seems to be a much rougher experience. There seems to be 2 different styles of contacts there, and one seems to be having an easier, I don't want to say easier time, because it seems to be an easier style contact. I know this doesn't make any sense to y'all, ladies and gentlemen, but I hope Mario knows what I'm talking about. It just seems like that one's having a good contact, one's having a bad contact. And I don't understand that, and I have seen that now in several families. It's like they're doing some type of emotional testing to see how each one of them is going to react to a different environment. It's the only way I can explain it, but it's weird. I don't know if you've run across that or not, though.
Well, there's 2 things that, it's a very good question. There are 2 things that come to mind here. First of all, what we've got to understand is human beings, we're all very different in how we perceive the world and our experiences. You can have 2 people experiencing the same childhood and they'll have different ways of interpreting the way their parents were to them and what they thought about the experiences. Some will have a very positive take on it. Other people will have a very negative take, depending on how they feel and the way that, you know, their attitude is and what have you. Some of those that have the more, what I call traumatic or scary experiences, which obviously, you know, can be extremely traumatic, I have found that once we've worked with them and they've got a better understanding, and that may be through hypnosis. Lead went on, actually didn't, you know, from this broad spectrum of experience, and I'm talking about the Whitley Strieber kind of classic, which is probably only about 20 to 30% of my clients have that kind of experience, which is classic, you know, waking up at night, feeling a sense that something or some beings are around them, you know, the high-pitched sounds, not being able to move, and then feeling a sense of being moved or taken somewhere, which, as I say, is more of the Whitley Strieber classic, and waking up maybe with marks on the body, etc. But there's those that actually don't feel so much more human as actually part of another family that doesn't belong on Earth. These are the people that say to me, I don't belong here, my family's out there, and I'm just, you know, I really don't like being on this planet. I find human beings quite strange, and you know, I really don't want to be here. Many of them say they feel like they've been adopted. They feel they don't really connect with their siblings. They feel very different. They are often very drawn to the healing fields and find literally being on this planet very hard and alien to their other fellow humans. Now, this has really been a revelation for me, because initially I thought everyone must be traumatized, but that's not the case at all. For some, it seems that they have a sense or a greater awareness that this isn't just the only reality, and that their interaction with these beings is very normal and actually makes more sense than their interaction with humans. So again, I've had my paradigm moved and switched around, Joe, so many times that I just have to be open to patterns rather than saying, well, this is one thing and this is another. And certainly on the craft, there are some that are educated as well as having healing procedures, or as well as being taught on the craft. I've even had one lady who I've done 17 hours of regression with, that actually talks about on the craft having this superconscious telepathic communication, being taught how to parent her children. One of them particularly is a genetic mix, and also being shown how to use her mind in a way which you know, is not only using telepathy but using her mind to create. Now, this takes it to a whole new realm, and a lot of people are not aware that this is what's going on these craft.
What they're not, and there's a lot. You see, that's the thing, though. seems a lot of education going on in these crafts across the board in a lot of different ways. A lot of different studies being done. Everybody wants you to say, "Oh, well, what's the alien agenda?" Well, guys, they seem to have a multi-agenda going on here.
Absolutely.
And they seem to be covering a wide scope of things, from anywhere from DNA studies to hybrids to emotional studies to trying to bring I don't want to say bring the species up, but contactees seem to be very intuitive, I guess would be an easier way of saying this. But they seem to be very intuitive. They seem to catch on to things quickly. Most of the ones I've met are very bright. Most of them are very articulate. Occasionally you run across a couple that are withdrawn, but in general, they're usually successful people. That's what everybody thinks when you talk about an alien abductee or a contactee. They're thinking of some poor bum living on the street somewhere got abducted by aliens. But I don't think most people understand that a lot of these people, a good majority of these people, are professionals that are working in our fields and all different places, from scientists to doctors to lawyers to politicians, that are dealing with this in silence, unless they can find someone like myself or Mary or one or two of the other researchers out there that have support groups. If they don't, then they're dealing with this alone. And guys, I got to be honest with you, it's not an easy thing to deal with. Especially if you're an analytical or a scientific person, thinking that aliens are coming and getting you in the daytime, in the evening, at night. Because a lot of contacts happen in the daytime. It's hard to deal with. I can imagine being a lawyer and seeing little gray guys standing by my bed, or a doctor for that matter. We could always hope that George Bush was seeing little gray aliens. I'm sorry. I will retract that statement, so y'all don't cut us off the air tonight. But it is kind of funny like that, and it has a lot to do with everything that they see needs to be translated back, I guess, into something that everyone can understand. Because when you're talking about like telepathic abilities on the ship, like downloads, you know what I'm talking about when we talk about downloads, when they're downloading information straight into our contactee's head?
Absolutely. One 8-year-old called it knowledge bombs in her head that made her head hurt sometimes, because many of the children have access to information they've got no way of knowing. I remember Mike Oram, that's written a book about his own experiences in England, Does It Rain in Other Dimensions, and he says in it that he told his mum at 4 years old that there was going to be a shift of consciousness on this planet, not in her lifetime, but in his. And he said, my mother never forgot that conversation. Now, he was 4 at the time. It's language that a 4-year-old just doesn't speak on. This is the kind of thing. But again, downloading of information, knowledge bombs, as this 8-year-old called them.
That's pretty cool. I like that, knowledge bomb. Well, basically that's what it is. All of a sudden there's just this information in your head, and you didn't learn it from a book. You didn't look it up on the internet. It's there. And that's something else I think that some of them have a hard time dealing with, Mary, is the fact that they do have this information, and they know that this information just was in their head, and they really know where it came. They know where it comes from. But a lot of the contactees don't want to admit that aliens are giving them knowledge. But these people are having knowledge of things that there's no way they should have knowledge of. I've watched people just change careers and fields. Like when they go through the awakening process, they seem to wake up, they realize it. I've watched them. A lot of them have just, in America they call them walk-ins sometimes because they think it's like a spiritual walk-in, but they wake up, they're a different person, they realize they're not alone, they've got this knowledge in their head, and they start using it. And it seems to be very beneficial. Is it the same in Australia? It sounds like
absolutely. It is. Absolutely. And that's why, when I wrote Awakening, it was about us waking up, because it seems like this experience acts as a catalyst in the same way near-death experiences do, or, profound grief issues may wake us up to understanding a greater reality or a multidimensional reality. And the interesting thing too, Joan, as you know, I'm researching, is what the ways they manifest this waking up. Some people come out with strange languages that are more familiar to them than their own native tongue. They write strange scripts and complex geometric mandalas or drawings. They seem to manifest a lot of really unusual creative and intuitive expressions that seem to be related to this whole waking up process.
Yeah, and it does. Now, let me ask you this while we're in the language. Well, first off, while I'm thinking about this, give them a website where they can find the book. Guys, I got to check this book out. I'm telling you, Mary's done a lot of research. She's very well versed in this. You need to go get the book, sit down and read it, especially if you're an abductee. Contact these abductees. You definitely need to get the book and read it. But tell them right quick where they can find it at, Mary.
Right, okay. Well, you can, it's actually Avatar Publications is publishing it for me in Canada, but it's distributed by Ingram, New Leaf, Baker and Taylor, and online with Barnes and Noble and also Amazon. So there's a range of places that you can get Awakening.
Oh, God, come on, that sounds like it's really easy to find. There must be a Barnes and Noble in every corner in every country on the planet. They're everywhere. I mean, if you can't find it, shame on you. I'm sure if not, I'm sure one of the online bookstores carry it as well. So, or, well, what am I saying? Barnes and Noble's online too. There you go. There you go. Y'all should check it out, though. Now, Mary, for you, though, I mean, all of us have our own reasons why we got involved in this. What was it? I mean, a friend, family, something just caught your eye? I'm curious.
Well, when I went into private practice about 13 years ago, somebody came to me who said, look, I've heard you're open-minded. And he said, this has been happening to me. And he was a middle-aged, very articulate gentleman who said, you know, the classic thing, he'd been taken at night, so had his partner, waking up with a shaved area on his leg in the morning, strange marks, even an imprint of a sort of alien being, if you like, on his chest. It was quite incredible, literally imprinted on his chest. And he said the kids are having these marks as well. He said all the relatives wouldn't come to the house because they thought there were demons there. And he said, and particularly his partner was absolutely terrified. And he said, what can you help me? He says, because there's support groups for everything, he said, but for this, nobody wants to know you. He said, they just think you're a loony. And this intrigued me because I was doing advanced counseling at the time at the Wasley Institute, and I took this case study with me to supervision to a whole group of professionals. And interestingly, not one of them suggested that this gentleman was crazy. They all started to tell me about their own paranormal experiences. So what I'd acted as was a kind of catalyst for other people sharing their own unexplained phenomena. So it really was bizarre. But what it did show me was how little we really know and of what we call, you know, this multidimensional human experience that we all have. We all have intuition. We all have knowings and feelings we can't explain. We all know we can't maybe quantify them in third-dimensional terms. But basically that started me on a mission. I wanted to understand. And interestingly, from that gentleman, I advertised a support group. I got 12 people in the first time I advertised saying that all had these experiences. And then from that time, I decided that this would be an area that I would support people because, as he said, it's so hard to find support for this kind of experience. And people are afraid to go to conventional sources like psychologists and psychiatrists because they're fearful. They're fearful of how they're going to be judged.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why it all started.
Well, no, I'm glad to hear you got into it for that. I mean, that's an excellent reason, actually. Because, like I said, everybody has their own reasons for getting involved in this, and that's one of the better ones I've heard over the years, I have to tell you. And actually, I'm grateful you did because support's important. I have noticed with contactees and abductees, when they're given support, they blossom or awaken, as the book suggests, the title of the book suggests. But they do. And it's amazing. And you know what, guys? And you know, I was not this kind of person when I got involved with this, by the way. But I am really happy these days. People write me all the time, thank you, you help me in ways you can't understand. That just amazes me. I didn't think I'd be out here helping people with, you know, get their lives together. I'm not a psychologist by any means, guys, and you're not seeing me give anybody advice like that. But when it comes to abduction research, I will help people through it, or I'll refer them to people that can help them, or I'll point them to one of our support groups or one of the online groups. They can come hang out, talk to somebody. I'm amazed that once you let people talk about this, how much they remember on their own, without the use of regression or drugs or any kind of heavy, anything other than chat. I mean, a lot of them will just, with a flood of memory. Does that happen for y'all, Mary? I mean, once people start to, like, open up a little bit, it seems like their memories come rushing in?
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the time, as you quite rightly say, anyway, you know, a good 8% have conscious memory. You know, like the 5-year-old that said he didn't mind going through the walls, and they teach him more on the ships than they do at school. But the bottom line is with this is that even with the questionnaire that I put out, it acts as a trigger for people saying, oh my goodness, it's like there's been lots of isolated little events that they haven't sort of put together, but once they do, it's like, you know, this revelation. And for many of them, like you say, Joe, all you really need to do is be open to listening and respect their understanding and experience, because, you know, they'll say, often as not to me, and that may, all I've actually done is listen. They feel like this huge weight has been lifted off their shoulders. And they, you know, I may only see them once or twice, and off they go, and they're a different person.
They are, because they realize, first off, that it's real. Secondly, they're not alone. And third, if they do need someone to talk to, there is someone to talk to. And I tell people, kind of like alcohol or drug, you know, if you have a need, you call me. Here's my number. You know, if you know something happened or you're going through an experience that you can't, call us. You know, as long as it's extraterrestrial related. Because I mean, if it's anything else, we're not psychologists. But that's something I find interesting too in the last 4 or 5 years in the States. A lot more psychiatrists are taking this out of the loony hatch and putting this more into a physically real experience. Even though they don't want to admit that it's extraterrestrial, they are saying that no, this seems to be something, you know, real. This is a real trauma that's happening in these people's lives. This isn't something in their head. But it's about 50-50 in the States. I don't know how it is in Australia, but it's about 50-50 here, I guess.
Well, I had an interesting little story around that, Joe, is that Tracy Taylor is one of the ladies that does all the geometric drawings, as well as having seen mantis beings and lizard-like beings and all this kind of thing. Once she'd actually been and showed me a lot of her drawings and started to integrate this, she deliberately put herself out in Melbourne to a panel of 8 psychiatrists, and she kept nothing back. She told them about the beings she saw, she showed the drawings, she talked about going on a craft at 5 years old, and how they'd given her all this information. And after this interview that she had with them, not one of those psychiatrists told her that they thought she was crazy. In fact, they all wished her well. Now, that in itself shows that, you know, there is an openness on a more private level with a lot of people in the professional scene. Now, I will also tell you that I was asked to be interviewed for a Dr. Focus magazine. This is a medical journal. About 3 years ago, they rang me up and asked me for an interview about my work. And it was actually a 4-page spread in the Dr. Focus magazine here, which went right through all the medical practices and hospitals in Australia. And I have been contacted by GPs, one I remember particularly, that ordered 3 of my books because he thought he had at least 2 of his patients with this experience. So you see, it really does show that there's a lot more